7 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning into the Rick and Bubba Show. It's a brand new day, brand new show, and it's a busy one, too. So welcome on in, and we thank you for making us part of your day. I am Speedy alongside one Eddie Van Adler, Greg Burgess, Michael Helms. It's the Good Time Gang. What up, boys? How y'all doing? Y'all good?
Good Time Gang.
Good Time Gang. Here we are.
I'm excited. Man.
Fire up, ready to go.
Fired up.
I'm excited. I got my driver's license renewed yesterday.
You did?
Yeah.
Attaboy.
That? Didn't know it was expired. It's been expired for over a month.
I did the same thing last time. Who checks? I guess I should.
Thank goodness for accountants. My accountant needed my expiration date. What does that got to do with anything?
Oh, you have an accountant.
Well, that's because
most people
use one, Speedy.
No. I'm just kidding. You just got money. Go ahead. Go ahead,
Moneyback.
Well, I will say this. You do have money, big amounts or small amounts. In my case, small amounts, if you do have an accountant.
True.
Well, otherwise, you wouldn't need an accountant. But it's small amounts. Mm-hmm. And they needed my expiration date for my driver's license yesterday.
You were like, uh-oh.
And
how about when you just pull it out?
Here's the thing. I got 3 questions. Hey, do you have this? And I thought, I've got that. Awesome. Because you never know. You never know if these questions coming back from the counter are going to be ones that's going to take you all day to figure out something, or is it a quick response?
Right.
Question 1, quick response. I was like, yes. Question 2, yes. And question 3 was the driver's license. I thought, oh, yes, man, this will take me 5 minutes and I'll be done. Because she said, once I get this info, we're done.
That's it.
And I can turn everything in.
The last
all that.
step.
And I thought, great. So I thought, well, I'll just go ahead and take me a picture of my driver's license right now and I'll knock this out. Oh, wow. So it's expired.
Yeah, same thing happened to me last year.
And so then I start panicking like, okay, goodness gracious, I'm going to have to find a day to go up there and blah, blah, blah.
Yep.
But I was able to go online and renew it.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I thought I was outside of the window to be able to do that, but evidently I'm not.
That's good for you.
When you look and you got your senior portrait on your driver's license.
It has been a while, Greg. I noticed I'm in here it is. First of all, I don't have a single gray hair.
Yeah.
And the pullover I'm wearing is from when I was coaching Brady. Like, I don't know, I guess he was 8 or 9 at Pelham.
It's been a minute.
So it's been a minute. He's 15 now, so.
Okay.
That's why I thought no way they're going to allow me to do this renew thing.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's because of COVID and they're just allowing some grace there on that.
Well, it was that, and I think the last time this came up, it was every other time or something.
Yeah,
you can do it online.
Yeah, I did mine
we
last
did.
year.
I remember,
same thing, file taxes, and also they go, hey, buddy.
Yeah.
I was at that. I can't remember because you know how we are with our memory, but we discussed this on the air, and that's what we came up with.
I went online, but of course, it was right in the middle of the pandemic.
Yeah.
I probably let everybody do it, probably.
Sure.
Then, but
good for you, though, because your accountant was like, oh, come on. Really?
You kidding me? I got to wait on this.
This is the last thing. We're just trying to punch in your stuff. Please.
I guess it's better for the accountant to let you know other than some police officer that's pulled you over.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So
that's a good point.
But again, who looks at it?
I don't. Yeah.
Yeah. You really, I don't. Well, heck.
How long do they last?
I need to look at mine.
I don't know.
Okay. We don't know nothing.
I thought it was like
3 to 5.
Oh, is it that
something
long?
like that? I'm just making that up. I thought it was 5.
No,
it was $40 for me to do it
4.
online.
3, 4,
it may be 3,
maybe 3.
Well,
4.
I could look.
Yeah. Of course, you know where my wallet is. So.
All right. So
never mind.
what are the situations where you provide an ID these days? Because I mean, obviously you get pulled over.
That's one.
The accountant needed the expiration date
to vote.
Yeah.
And some places.
Whatever depends on what state you're in.
Yeah, depends
normally,
here we do.
Normally, when I go into a medical office, they'll ask for it.
Yeah.
Outside of that, I can't think of any other times I'm asked for my ID.
Bank's really the biggie for me. That's it.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That's it, isn't it?
I can't think of anything else.
Yeah. I don't think of anything else. I can't think of anything.
I'm sure there is, and you know, in other worlds that we're not a part of. But
that we don't do.
My everyday, I hardly.
So you
and here's what's
say
funny.
You panic, but did you really kind of panic? Like, oh, what am I going to do?
Yeah, because I thought
this is going to be days. Of just a handle.
I thought, well, goodness gracious, I'll have to file an extension now. That was my first thought. Okay, and then I thought, well, when do I have time to go up there?
Yeah,
it's not going to be tomorrow. It's not going to be the next day.
Yeah.
And I guess it'll be next week. But I was able to do it.
Well, good for you.
Now, I don't know how quick it's going to actually come in.
Yeah.
And I have.
But still, you got
But I've done all that.
Mm-hmm. Did you just print something out?
Yeah. They give you a little old
expert. It's a temporary.
The old temp.
The old temp.
The old temporary.
How
about online? How about technology?
But you know what? I think I've given. I know I've been to a medical practice with one of the kids, or where I had to show ID in some form or fashion.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, y'all could have gave me a heads up. Y'all read it.
Same way they didn't check.
Y'all didn't even look at it.
Nah. Formality.
It's all it is. But I mean, I don't. I've got to look at mine. I think mine's this year. I think.
Yeah.
I know that when I moved, I went and got a new one with the new address on it, so it matched up with everything, and they said that it wasn't renewal. I didn't have to renew it for another year and a half, 2 years.
I'm good to 2024.
Okay. Well, look at you pulling it out. There it is.
Then last year is when I did it. So
I got some other bigger issue I got to deal with today or tomorrow. So you get your mortgage payment, and the mortgage payment's gone up like, I don't know, $300-400.
Well, readjust for taxes and insurance.
For escrow and all that mess. And of course, probably half a tax assessor rode by and looked at the house across the street and went, "Well, it's sold for this. They probably this." I'm assuming that's what's happened.
Yes,
I don't know.
It's funny how they do
Have
that.
fun
I'm
with
gonna
that.
have to dispute that.
Golly.
So that's a phone call I'm going to actually. That I'm gonna have to probably get ugly. on.
You're going, hey, what's the deal?
Yeah. Well, just zip your pullover all the way up and makes you look.
It was like a $2,000 difference. By the way.
No,
over a year.
No.
Yeah, that they've now got to.
Hang on a minute.
Yes.
Yes. Something's up.
Yeah.
Your escrow will come in low a little bit every now and then, but it's nothing like that. It'll go up like you can either pay the lump sum or it goes up $4.
I know.
Well, look at you.
Yeah.
Huh?
But
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you
right.
why I know this is because I never even look at our bill. I just go in and pay automatically. And I actually even pay more than what I'm usually supposed to on the mortgage payment. And I got this nice little letter from the mortgage company going, "Hey, we got to have your full amount." And I'm like, "What are you talking about? You're $300 off." Then I got to looking and it's escrow that's changed.
You can't have nothing.
Yeah, something's major off.
Rick and Bubba.
Speedy alongside Greg Burgess, Michael Helms, Eddie Van Adler. We are the Good Time Gang, getting things rolling for the guys. This is called the Kickoff Hour because that's what we're doing. We're kicking things off for the main show that starts at top of the hour with Rick and Bubba joining us.
KOH.
Yes, right. As we go on now, and if we do unscreened phone calls too, it's 866-WE-BE-BIG, and at any moment we could do that. If you want to join in on the conversation, please do so. All right, so I hate to even just kick this ant bed, but there's an Oprah Winfrey story out, and I know that the Harry and Meghan, interview. I know we're all tired of that, but this one here has a little bit of a different little twist to it, and just want to get y'all's reaction is all, and just see where y'all are and where you land on it. Apparently, and I didn't know this, but there's a conspiracy out there that Oprah Winfrey was wearing an ankle monitor during the interview.
Like someone who's been arrested and released, but they have to wear a monitor?
Correct.
Okay.
They claim that she was hiding an ankle monitor under her boot throughout the interview, and this claim stems from a QAnon conspiracy theory that Oprah is a member of an elite cabal of pedophiles that controls the government, media, and economy. And the followers believe the predators will be brought to justice in a swift and stealthy way with a great awakening coming.
Yeah, we've been hearing about this.
Yeah, and they claimed...
Of course, they keep moving the date when it's coming. But.
And they claim because of the little bulge in the bend in the break there in her boot that something was underneath her boot, and they thought, hey, this is an ankle bracelet.
So they're saying she has been secretly arrested.
Correct. Yes.
For these charges.
Have these people did they not know what boots do when you put them on?
Yeah, you're right. They've
been
that
lady that called the other day. Maybe she'll call back today. She listed all the people that have been arrested. Yeah, secretly that we don't know about.
So people started sharing images of what Adler just showed on YouTube of the little bump in her right boot that they argue is an ankle monitor that they claim proves she has been secretly arrested and the only way she could do the interview is to
Why would
have
it be a
this ankle
secret?
monitor.
If you truly it's to the point they got enough evidence to arrest you, why would it be a secret?
And I hate to
anybody
break
else
it.
that gets arrested, it's not a secret.
Well, let's even take it this far.
Right?
No, you're right, Greg. You're all over it 100%. But here's another thing. If you do get arrested, they don't allow you to go back into the real world and do things like interviews.
Probably not.
They don't. That's not possible.
Yeah, I don't think you can sit down with Meghan and Harry.
These people.
Well, they claim that Harry and Meghan are even in on it.
Oh yeah, they're
and-
a big cabal.
And here's one post. I told y'all arrests are going on behind the scene. Oprah is a witch. Well, she might. I don't know about that. And is part of a child sex trafficking cult.
Yeah, that's what they say.
Other posts suggest Winfrey was hiding an ankle monitor, and it's obvious. And oh, there it is again. And
What was that?
It's the bottom of his little microphone thing. And
You get a little careless over
I
there.
don't think
You're
it is.
rambunctious.
Yeah.
Well, don't do it while it's on.
It's not out.
And so anyway, so have y'all been here? I know we're not going to really break this conspiracy theory down, except to say the headline says fact check: Oprah was not wearing an ankle monitor.
Well, that's a shocker.
But I don't know if you're going to be able to get through to these people that claim that they.
Listen,
that she is.
I've talked to him on the phone. You remember Trump was going to bust it up before he went out.
Yeah.
That was. I mean, it was
Very
gonna happen.
movable.
Yeah, John F. K. JFK Jr. was coming. He was going to be there and all this stuff, and it didn't happen.
Can I ask
And
this
then we
question?
started saying we're arresting Biden. That didn't happen. And then the other day, the 4th. We've been through all this. This falls under that same category.
Yeah,
What-
you know, she's been targeted by QAnon for a while now. She even had to respond back in March of 2020 and had to put out a tweet that she just got a phone call that her name is trending, and it had to do with this QAnon stuff where she was part of some deal, and she said it's fake, it's not true. Of course, then everybody claims, well, yeah, of course that's what she's going to say.
Yeah,
So
that will not
this isn't the
satisfy
first time that
the
she's had to
conspiracy
respond.
theory bunch. They're going, that's how they get you.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. Let's say that, and I don't believe this for a minute. I don't believe any of this. Okay. You know why? Because nothing seems to ever come to fruition.
Yeah.
And that's what my radar.
At least one.
That's
of the
my
predictions.
guide on this stuff.
If
okay.
maybe at least one of the predictions
Right.
would even almost.
But nothing,
Yeah.
zero has come of this. But let's say that let's live in an imaginary world with every bit of this is true.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
What is the impact that these people have by following this conspiracy? What are they going to do?
Yeah, because if
How
they're
is
being
that?
arrested, and
It's
all
not
this,
impacting your life, like your everyday. So what is your end goal here? Because nobody's going to listen to you on Facebook rant about it, and that's not going to do anything. That's not going to turn Oprah in. It's not going to turn the Royals in, the cabal in, whoever all these people and players are. So I'm. What is your end goal? Why do you waste all your
I
time
think
throughout
they just
the day?
love being
24
involved.
hours in a day, and you put so much time into this, and you can be impacting other things that actually matter in your life.
Because most of them that do it are obsessed with it.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
They are.
It's
If you,
constant.
if you don't believe that, just look at our emails and listen to a phone call we get.
Yeah.
Now the response is going to be but
That's the most but bunch I've ever heard.
Harpo Productions, her media company, which produced the interview, has had to come out and make a statement that this is completely untrue. They say USA Today even has gotten in on it. It says we've analyzed the footage from the interview and found that there is a shape highlighted in the photos that appeared to be a fold in her leather boot, her right one. As she moved throughout the interview, the crease shifted, indicating there was no ankle monitor protruding.
That's what boots
So
do.
we have to go to this
but
explanation.
we've even had the USA Today do their own little independent
My Lord.
study, and then her production company come out and go, "Hey, it's untrue." So people were really, that's the last thing during this interview, and I haven't watched the whole thing, Helmsy. I know you watched most of it. I've just seen highlights. The last thing I was looking at was her boot.
He loves the Royals.
I was
I
not
didn't know
looking
she,
at.
I
her-
didn't know she was wearing boots.
Yeah.
Had no idea.
Yeah. Who would have?
I would be the first in line to get on board with this bunch if they would bring some facts to the table, to actually bring some strong evidence to the table. But
So
if
they
we're,
can rifle
if we're
off.
to the point, After none of this has happened over the last 6, 8 months, year, none of it's happened. Not one thing. And your end goal and your play today on March 11th is a boot that Oprah's wearing.
That's right.
I'm sorry. I'm out.
I know.
I don't care. You got to have more than a boot.
Well,
a leather boot. That's your play today.
That's
Huh?
it. Well,
March
it's got a
4th.
bulge in it.
Hey,
the bulge in the boot.
Kennedy didn't come back, okay? Nobody was exposed. March 4th didn't happen. There's a long other list I can name. And today we're talking about Oprah's boots, her footwear.
Well, there was a bulge in it. I don't know if you noticed that.
It was.
Come on, people.
There was.
I mean, goodness gracious.
I love really looking into the store where everybody's making quotes and stuff, and then they're talking about what the viewers were saying and people that believe in this, and then her production companies had to make a statement, and USA Today did their own research. I mean, this thing is just unbelievable. But they say it's false.
That's a lot of.
It's false.
Hey,
They're fact
of course they do.
But that's what
That's
they're going to say.
how they get you.
That's how they get you. Do you think they're going to admit it, Helmsy?
Yeah.
Come on, man. Don't be that gullible.
Aha.
We'll take a break. We'll come right back. It's the Kickoff Hour. Thank you so much for listening to the Rick and Bubba Show and watching.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
5 minutes until top of the hour. It's the kickoff hour. Thank you so much for tuning in. It's the Good Time Gang Live. Rick and Bubba join us in 30 minutes from now, and we thank you for being with us. As we roll on back, I got to ask you guys some food questions. All right?
Fired up.
I know you love pizza, but it doesn't love you. And you have to be very careful eating it because of your appendix.
Paid a dear price. It's the gallbladder. Paid a dear price.
I'm sorry, not appendix.
This weekend over pizza.
Really? And
I'm getting to the point where it's not worth it.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you.
Oh,
So
I'd hate to know
you
that.
know going in, hey, this is not going to be good for me, but I want pizza.
I'm a fan of pizza.
I love it
know.
too.
I am a fan. All kinds too.
Favorite topping?
Pepperoni.
Pepperoni.
Yeah, I'm a
Helmsy?
pepperoni guy too.
Well, you guys
Traditional.
y'all aren't weird then, because there's been a survey come out from with Americans that says, what is your favorite topping on pizza on this poll?
It's gotta be
pepperoni, of course.
Now, if I'm
came out on
ordering it
top.
just
Gotta
for
be.
me and
Yeah.
I'm the only one that's going to eat it, I go pepperoni and jalapeno peppers.
Huh.
When I was a kid, we talk about how picky we were when we were kids. I would just take the topping off the pizza, but I wouldn't eat the crust. I give you that. I'd just pull it and eat the cheese and all that, but I wouldn't eat
Do y'all
the crust.
put crushed red pepper on your pizza?
I don't seek it out, but if it's there, I do.
Yeah, I do.
It's not a have to be. Or sometimes I'll go
It doesn't
Parmesan.
have to,
what
but
about
I-
Parmesan?
I'm not a big Parmesan guy for
Ooh,
some reason.
I love
I
Parmesan.
don't really
I'll
have to
dump
have
Parmesan just in my mouth.
it. Will you?
Yes, I love it.
I don't have to have it, but when it's available and I put it on there, I'm like, well, I kind of like this.
I love Parmesan.
Well, I mean, and do y'all have ranch with your pizza?
No,
Sometimes.
we've had this. No,
Sometimes. No, here comes that
I
French
know.
dressing again.
This is
Never
a
Well,
Mississippi
no,
thing.
I'm just asking.
No, but I sometimes.
I just didn't know. I wasn't going to
rare.
go French dressing, by the way. I was just going to ask y'all if y'all use French on French. If y'all
French.
use ranch on the side.
That's a combo.
no,
No,
I do not.
I have.
y'all are weird.
I don't use ranch on anything. I don't even use ranch on a salad.
Well,
So-
you're over the
Oh, I
mountain.
like ranch.
Yeah, I'm
you
just
don't like it
not-
on wings?
Huh? No, I don't do any. I
go
don't
to
do.
blue
What's
cheese?
your go-to?
I don't.
Blue
I don't
cheese?
do. No, I don't do either. I just eat the wings.
What?
I don't. No dipping sauce for me. I got it. I'm good. Just the hot's fine.
No wonder you
What
got
in
gallbladder.
the world? Good night.
So the ranch and blue cheese is gonna.
Yes, it's
ease
actually
the-
gonna calm everything down.
Yeah.
I thought that
That's
was
what
what
you
the
did,
celery
yeah.
was for.
Messed yourself up.
All right, so here's the study. They had Hormel Foods did a study with over 2,000 adults in the in this poll here, and they said that people are twice as likely to choose pepperoni over sausage.
Yes. How about sausage is one of my least favorite toppings.
Now, you
I
want
like
to know my
doing-
favorite is if I go pepperoni and sausage.
Pepperoni sausage and put a little bacon on there. That's to me.
Bacon's
That's good.
I'll go bacon before
But you
sausage.
talking about
Yeah.
you talking about a rough
Now,
ride for
when
me.
we
It's
would
rough.
when we would
Goodness.
go over here, and
I'd
I
just
almost
build
wanted
a
to
burger.
cry when this place shut down over here.
Oh, yeah.
I'd go Mighty Meat in a
See,
second.
the Mighty Meat's
Huh?
excellent.
Mighty
I'm with
Meat.
you.
I just point at stuff that I want to make my own.
Oh, would you?
Yeah. It's kind of like Build-A-Bear. I just make my own.
All right. So, what do y'all think is the least favorite of the Americans when it comes
anchovies.
to? Have you read the article?
No. But
Huh?
think about there's a big controversy around anchovies.
I was going to go that route, or when somebody puts pineapple on their pizza.
that's gross,
which
but-
I don't like. Anchovies, I think, have a bad rap.
Have you ever eaten them?
Yeah, them and olives, I think.
I love olives.
Yeah,
I'll put black olives on the pizza.
and
Will you?
Isn't anchovies like a fish?
I think.
It's a
I think
good
you're
question,
right. Yeah.
yeah.
I think you're
It's
right.
like a little salty fish.
Mm-hmm.
I think they both get a bad rap for their presentation.
Yeah, and I love
And olives are delicious, but it's hard to. I don't know. It's like it's black, and it's sitting there just on my. It just looks like some crusty old. I don't know. I'm not a big.
Yeah.
I'm not a big olive guy
I
on
like 'em.
presentation. I treat olives like
love
you
'em.
do orange things.
Yeah, I like them weird tomatoes they put on the stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Well, like you don't like pumpkin pie and sweet
Yeah,
potato
exactly.
and all
You're right.
that.
You're right.
There's something with the orange presentation with you. It's the same way with the olives with me. Now, if I got it mixed in,
What if you got green olives?
if I got a mix, well, then it looks like a booger.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Thanks for
Good
that.
night. You
This
said
is
that
what
on
you.
the air.
This is what you do with food to
Appreciate
me,
it, bud.
Greg.
I like them.
By the way, you're right. Anchovies is a small fish.
See, and a
Has-
fish
that's
has
what I'm
no
talking about.
business
That's-
on
No,
a
ugh.
pizza.
But it's not a bad. If you get one, it's not a bad taste.
Well,
just
it does
like
say,
the
it
olives.
does say it has a lot of flavor. But
Yeah.
I'm not a big
Olives
guy.
need flavor. I got plenty of flavor.
An
on
olive
pizza.
is like that too.
Okay,
Yeah.
you know how I was telling you as a kid, I was so picky,
Yeah,
and then
same
now
here.
my things have changed. When it comes to pizza, I've stayed the same. I don't want things too crazy. Just give me the basics and let me eat.
Well, it depends on the mood. If somebody says to get one, everything on it, I'll do it. Let's just do it.
All right, when this
It's not
place
my go-to, but I have done it.
when this place
it's there,
shut
I
down,
don't turn it down.
When this place shut down, we had a pizza place close by, and we would always go over there, and it was awesome. You could watch the pizza be made in front of you, and
really
it shut
good.
down,
I don't know
and we
why.
were upset, right?
We
Everybody-
went once
you
a
had
week
your own
together.
personal little pizza.
Right. I mean, literally, that's the first time. I mean, I didn't like cry, but I was like,
cried.
I was like, man, this is bad.
You're pretty
I mean,
emotional,
this
yeah.
is right here.
You
I
push
know.
that
know?
lady down the parking lot
Right.
about it.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you this: would you? All right. Somebody was upset about a Mexican restaurant being closed down close to them.
Yeah.
And a stunt man in California sat in a pool of bean dip for 24 hours
No, wait.
to save his
Did you
favorite
label him
Mexican
stunt
restaurant.
man?
That's what it says in the
Wow.
article. A stunt man to save his favorite Mexican restaurant from going under
How
during
does
the
that save it?
pandemic says he sat in bean dip for 24 hours
People
to save.
pledge funds.
I guess
How
so.
long?
I guess
like
there
when
was
they
some kind of-
buried you.
Yeah, I guess there's some kind of deal. Would you sit in
no.
anything to save a restaurant?
Especially bean dip. 'Cause
Bean
it's
dip.
gross.
That's got to be kind of nasty.
I'm not into that. I don't like bean dip.
Can I ask y'all one more question about olives?
Wow, he did.
He must have really liked
He
that
set off
restaurant.
in it too. Look at that.
How about he got to get bean dip on?
I don't know what I would do to save a restaurant. Would y'all? I mean,
I don't know about sitting in a big vat of bean dip.
ugh.
No,
I might.
Huh.
But it depends on how good the restaurant was.
no, that doesn't matter because that one's really good.
That's
we didn't
true.
do anything about
I'd have
saving
sat in a
it.
bean. I would have sat in, to save that one. I'd probably sat in a vat of beans.
Yeah.
Now that I
Wait,
think
what about anchovies? Would you sat in just a big
yeah,
bowl
big
of?
thing of anchovies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so back to the olive. Do y'all put olives on anything else other than pizza?
I don't
Salad.
put it on
Salad.
That's what I figured. you'd
Yeah,
say.
if there's an olive in the salad,
Is there
I'm okay
anything
with it.
that you put olives in, like to eat, like casseroles and stuff like that? Do people use olives for?
If they did, I wouldn't mind.
I wouldn't.
Do y'all
mind.
like-
I like just eating the olive with the jalapeno stuffed in it. You can buy them that way.
Yeah.
And those stuffed jalapeno olives are good.
Do y'all like mushrooms?
Yeah.
It depends on how they're cooked.
I
But
feel like a little kid when I'm going out to eat because it's like I slide the plate over to Terry and like give her my mushrooms because she
I
loves
like 'em.
mushrooms. It's something about the texture and the look.
Yeah,
of
I
them.
can
don't
see that.
know.
And I don't like the giant portobellos like that people try to use instead of meat.
meat. That,
Forget
to me,
that.
that's ridiculous.
But like when they have them on a steak and they're them little bitty,
Mix it with the onion and the sauce that come with it. Oh, now you got you something.
that's
Yeah.
good. I
Now,
like it.
I know how y'all like chicken, and I know how Greg loves
I'm all
chicken.
about some chicken.
Chicken on pizza.
Yeah,
Yes,
I've done
I
that.
love a barbecue chicken pizza.
That's good.
Okay.
They used to
Again,
have a
doesn't
buffalo
play
chicken
well
pizza
with
over
me,
here
but-
at this place. Remember the buffalo chicken over here
Yeah.
before they
Let's
shut
quit
it
talking
down?
about that place because I'm getting
Shut it
upset
down.
again.
And it was a cool place.
Gosh, why did it?
It looked
it
good.
So
seemed like,
modern and
It
so
seemed
clean.
like every
and-
time we went in there was people in there.
I thought,
Man, their standards are pretty high as far as where they were.
Yeah.
boom.
Is there
done.
any other location?
I shut it down.
They shut it. There was one about 7-8 minutes from here, and it's closed down too.
Okay, it was Ironstone Pizza.
Yeah.
There it is.
And
I just
it's
said the
no
name.
more.
Maybe there's another one somewhere else. I'm
Golly.
looking it up.
Whenever
It's
y'all would
clean.
say, I would get excited like
Yeah,
a
it
little
was
kid
clean.
if y'all would go, hey, y'all want to go
Had
get some
that
pizza?
hand washing thing in it.
Oh, you bring that up.
He
all
does,
over.
You know,
which has
that's the only
nothing
place
to
I've
do.
ever seen one. Have you ever seen one anywhere else?
No.
I look forward to that.
All right, there's one.
Where?
There's one in. I have to look specifics, but there is one still open, and doesn't look like too far from here.
Really?
Yeah.
But it ain't worth
How's
that.
high
If I
pitch?
can't walk to it, I ain't going.
Oh yeah, it's a little further than we want it to be.
Dadgummit. Greg was calling movie and pizza. but
No, I wasn't.
There's one in Trustful.
There is?
Oh,
Yeah.
that's too far.
Well, that's what I just said,
Well,
Greg.
Greg, you ain't
That's
got
too
to
far.
you ain't got to squint about
You
it.
said it was
Went
close.
mad about it.
You could do that on the way home. Just go up a little bit, grab it, and keep going.
I may go through there.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes until top of the hour. It's the kickoff hour on the Rick and Bubba Show, and this portion of the show is sponsored by MyPillow.com. If you're looking for some truly unique gift ideas or just something to improve your own life, you need to check out the My Store at MyPillow.com. Think of this as your new Amazon, but only better and without having to support the agendas of that company. For example, at MyPillow.com right now, they're offering our fans of the show, both viewers and listeners, great deals like 30% off their weighted blankets, waffle blankets, and down comforters, 30% off the new accent pillows and throw blankets, also 30% off bathrobes and two-piece pajama sets. All you need to do is use promo code Bubba under the radio listener square at MyPillow.com. So go to MyPillow.com, check all the savings out right now. Also, don't forget the Children's Bible Story pillows. They're 50% off with promo code Bubba. So it's a great American company, and you need to check them out right now. MyPillow.com. Use special promo code Bubba for all these great discounts and unlock savings at MyPillow.com. And remember, MyPillow products come with a 60-day money-back guarantee. It's MyPillow.com. Click on Radio Listener Square and use promo code Bubba, or you can find a link at rickandbubba.com if you'd like to go that way and just look under the sponsors button. All right, we've got a story. It's kind of a unique story about McDonald's. Okay, we've got a lady, and I'm just kind of gonna set it up here. We got a lady that claims that she was dumped by her boyfriend, whatever, because he thought that she was cheating on him.
So basically, she'd been leaving, and he was like, "No way, she's going where she claims." He started getting suspicious.
Correct.
Her stories weren't adding up.
Correct. Yes.
So he said, "Obviously, she's got somebody else."
Right.
And
yeah.
leaving a lot.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So she apparently was sneaking out to go somewhere, and I guess your mind quickly goes to, "Hey, man, she's being
she's really being sketchy,
being
here,
unfaithful
some of
here,
these.
right?" She's being unfaithful. Something's up, and so he dumped her. Well, she claims, "I was not cheating on him. I was just sneaking out to go get McNuggets at McDonald's."
How about that?
And why would you have to sneak?
Because he's a vegan.
Oh, well, that explains it. First of all, that she should be glad he dumped her
Yeah.
instead of having to live with a vegan. But
she thought, well,
he's a vegan,
but wait a
and
minute.
when they
So
moved
she had
in
to lie.
pretty
and
much
act like I'm going just like she was sneaking around, but she was sneaking around with McNuggets,
Right.
not a person.
According to her post in this story from
That's
FoxNews.com,
funny.
she was in a relationship with this guy for 3 years. Apparently,
He's making her eat celery.
her boyfriend had been a vegan, and they moved in together. And he asked her to try the diet with him. Okay, this new
She
form
wasn't
of
feeling it.
vegan. Yeah, everything was okay at first, but apparently, the author in the post says that she started getting cravings for some very specific meat products, and she wanted chicken McNuggets. And so she was sneaking out.
this story could be so much better if she's sneaking off with a Big Mac.
I know.
I know. Boy, couldn't have ever.
Golly.
Hard to compete with the Big Mac.
She said she
McNuggets, eh?
she said she snuck to McDonald's for months until recently her boyfriend got suspicious and he confronted her. He accused her of cheating because she was consistently leaving the house and refusing to let him come with her.
Where have you been? I don't know. I had to stop on my way home.
So of course they broke up. She says she came clean about the whole thing, but he still didn't believe her. He says, "No, you're lying. There's no way that you were sneaking out to go get chicken
Well,
McNuggets
these vegans
from
can be
McDonald's."
So we got a case of food infidelity.
We do.
That's where we're at.
We do.
It's led to a breakup.
So how about when she comes clean, he goes, "No, I don't believe you."
I'm not buying that.
And the fact that
No, it's true.
she
I'm tired of all these vegetables.
she would refuse to let him come with her. That's
Well, no,
what's
'cause all
funny
you gonna do
too.
is gripe
She would
about it.
claim that she was going to the supermarket or running errands, and then she'd
Where were
sneak
you
off to
last night?
McDonald's.
Someone claimed they saw you at the drive-thru.
Well, I mean, did she?
I can't quote it because she cusses in it, but she said, "I would quickly go to the grocery store and buy some random."
Okay, that was my
and,
question.
That's
and
so
then
funny.
come back in like, "Okay, I got what I needed."
And then she had chicken grease on her mouth. What's that?
That's good stuff.
He found a McNugget bag in her car.
No, really, I was going to. Okay, look, I'm coming clean. This is what I was doing.
I was cheating
Do
on you.
you
with
think I
McNuggets.
believe that? There's no way.
In his defense, I don't think anybody would.
No. But then again, you got to think if you're living with somebody
That's a good point.
anti-meat,
Vegan, yeah.
and you're like, golly, I need some chicken. Son of a gun. I don't want to hear it from him. I'm gonna sneak out and go get some.
Yeah.
I get it.
I had to come clean the other day. We had a refrigerator just full of protein balls, and Terry makes those up
got to eat them.
as a little snack.
They're good.
And I would go in there and I would eat a couple at a time, and I didn't know this, but they were for Reese, and she had made them for.
That probably weren't for you.
No,
I mean, you could have one.
Yeah, and then the refrigerator was empty of protein balls, and she was like, "Where did they all go?" I was like,
You're like,
I don't know. And then it kind of got on my.
And you
Okay, look, I was like,
you had an oat on your shirt.
I'm grown. Why would I just say? Why would I lie? Yeah, I ate them.
I ate 'em
I'm
all.
sorry.
Yeah.
They're delicious, and I blame it because you make great protein balls.
and I've had
honey.
a lot of protein this week.
That's right.
evidently.
Yeah,
Helping myself.
yeah.
Poor Reese.
I know. Is there anything that you've eaten in the fridge? You don't have to worry about this because y'all are empty nesters,
Yeah.
Greg. You can eat whatever, and there's nobody else to blame it on.
That's true.
However, Helmsy, you got a house full, and I know you've been saying you've been like pushing things to the back of the refrigerator.
I hide things from
You do,
everybody.
yeah.
I don't necessarily get their stuff. I take mine and I hide it so they don't eat it.
To make it last long.
Yeah.
Right.
And I'll use the downstairs refrigerator for that too.
Oh, a little sneak, a little hide.
Like, put it behind. We keep a bunch of waters and Gatorades and stuff like that,
Yeah.
that milk. I'll hide it behind that. Did that yesterday with a chicken salad thing I had. And I was more concerned about Amanda than I was the kids on this one. But I was thinking, hey,
They're going to figure out all your old
this would be a
hiding places.
good dinner.
Yeah.
I know. Well, they're not up right now. So they're not here. They're not hearing this.
Real quick update on my my little oak tree that I moved into the back.
Oak tree, you're in my way.
If you didn't,
It's
if you-
dead.
No, I just moved it, but I'll go up and I'll water it. But you got to climb the
What
little.
is the deal with you and this tree? You're really going a long way for this tree.
Well, you want
That
to know why?
hated so bad
do you
moved
feel
it.
bad that you took it out of its spot?
No.
and moved
You
it?
talk
I mean,
to it and go, do
No.
you like your new?
I know. that's a
No,
rough
I'll
fight.
tell you.
We got patches.
Right, yeah. If you're just joining us, we're
All
looking at
right.
it's another good night look at that moment
It-
with Greg, and he's not talking about my tree and patches.
No.
But we went through a lot to relocate it. And it's like, okay, we
So you
went,
want it
we
to
went through
survive.
so much,
Yeah.
and Reese and I, we were like,
you got a
about
relationship
killed
with
us. It about killed us. I'm like, okay, this thing's got to
Son,
survive.
better live.
Yeah, but
He's taking better care of that tree than I do my dog.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
but
And he's ignoring the magnolia.
but I fell
know.
down. I fell down the little berm yesterday.
Fell down.
Yeah. You ever climbed like a ridge or something
Yeah.
and you slip?
Slide.
Yeah, and your feet get out from under you. I literally fell down half.
Did you
of
roll?
it. Yeah, I hit my right hip, which is a little sore today.
Mm.
I rolled, and came up, had a little bit of grass stain on my knee, which you've hit hard when that happens. And I quickly looked around to see if any of the neighbors had seen me, and luckily they weren't out. But I'm really trying to water that thing, and I'm really concerned about it. Leaning just slightly, and not sure if I need to kind of tie it down or whatever.
You
but
throw any miracle
Once
grow?
everything starts blooming, you're going to be staring at it, see if it's
I
going to
hope
grow
it does. I hope it does. Some of it, the way we were dragging it, probably a little bit, just kind of damaged some of the limbs and
probably
stuff.
coulda
But we'll
hurt
see. But the story here is, I'll go up to water it, and I think some of the neighbors think I'm trying to creep on them because I can see into their
looking at it.
little
What do you
breezeway
take up
area.
there? What do you take up there to water it?
The hose. I just got a
Oh,
long.
so you
I
got a long
Hitting the
hose.
high
yeah,
ground.
yeah. I got a long
You
hose.
got a long hose.
I do. And
That's
it's,
a long
to be
way.
honest with you, it's too long for the backyard. But you know
really
me, I wasn't going to
brag.
pass up a great deal. They had a good deal on long hoses.
That's right. Of course, then you got to roll it up.
Do you
know.
think your neighbors think you're a little weird?
Well,
the fact you're going this far with
It's
it?
like I'm up there, and then they're in their back on their back porch, and
mean
they're
you
like watching
stand up,
TV, and I'm like, they're like, "Oh my gosh, what are you doing?" And here I am staring at them, and I'm like, "No, I wasn't looking at you. I was just
I'm
looking
watering.
around. I was just looking around."
I'm watering this tree that I
Yeah.
didn't like in my front yard, and I planted it 100 yards away.
Yeah, I think somebody saw me fall. They just
Rick
didn't
and
want to tell me.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings
6
me to
minutes
my
past
knees.
the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. A brand new hour beginning now.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This
Day
hour
without 'em, brother.
starts with the national anthem. It's 8 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us, Team Rick and Bubba, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all in the mix and ready to go today. You can reach us. Our website, Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. What can I do at the website? Well, lots. You can follow us on on all the various social media platforms, including our YouTube channel. You can shop the Rick and Bubba store. Got a clearance sale going on there right now, getting ready for the new items that'll come out this spring and summer. So there's much to do, and you also find out all the different ways to get the show. You've got a listing of all the Rick and Bubba affiliates on the Rick and Bubba Radio Network. It tells you how to view us on our YouTube channel. Tells you how to get to the TuneIn app, the podcast archives. It's all there at Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Today we record another edition of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, and our guest today, you, the Rick and Bubba audience, 866-WE-BE-BIG. 10:30 Central Time today, 11:30 Eastern, and then if you're somewhere else, adjust to your time zone. That's when we'll be recording this for this weekend's release and consumption. Our topic today, your most memorable, our funniest moments in Rick and Bubba history, and then Bubba and I will discuss those with you for the 45-minute podcast today. 866-WE-BE-BIG. If you'd like to be part of the podcast today, just call us at that time, and we'll line you up and screen through the calls. Now, if you get screened out, that means what you're wanting to talk about is already in line to be talked about. So we'll try to get 10 lines of different topics to discuss or different moments. So understand kind of how that's going to work today, and we'd love to have you participate. So Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Adler all here. Look right there. There's the other half of the two sexiest fat men alive. Most of you probably know him best as the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere.
Huey Lewis in the news.
Yeah, about you, Huey Lewis.
Huey Lewis. So, Bubba, we have much to unpack going forward on the program today, and it's a lot of the same updates that you may or may not have expected. Believe it or not, pinching a banana is in the news again today.
Yeah, we're going to get a look at Tom Brady's his smoothie that he does, and his longevity has certainly garnered a lot of interest, and I think we should. I mean, people like him we should look at. People like Betty White, who just has really performed.
Keith Richards,
late in life. Keith Richards. Yeah. Keith Richards may live longer than the Egyptian pyramids. Right. I mean, let's face it.
Let's be honest. Keith Richards may have been the answer to COVID-19.
Yeah, we just don't know. Mm-hmm. So we'll look into that today. A lot of things out there on the table. There was one story. I don't know if you guys saw it, about a very strange Christmas that one family had in California. We'll unpack that. That was kind of disturbing, but.
Well, I didn't see that. I don't like your tone. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, it brings whole new meaning to family.
Right. Got a little setback in the vaccine today. They got our first death that may be tied to it.
Yeah, they're gonna look into that. We'll break that down a little bit.
Because you're gonna have that.
Yeah, I think considering the number of people we're talking about, we're way ahead of the game. But you don't want to have any of those.
No.
And they'll look at it and find out. I think you're probably going to find out that she had some pre-existing issue that it aggravated. She didn't know she had. But we'll find out.
The count continues. 50 days so far. President Biden, still no press conference. We'll talk about that. And let's see. We've got okay. Boy, look at that. So we'll work through these stories today, and I don't know that I have the energy for the spring football story today. You know how I am. You know how I am on these attempts to have spring professional football. I'm just so done with it.
Rick,
I don't know that I have the energy. I may have to leave. If y'all want to talk about it, I may have to go to my office. I just don't have the energy for it.
I think, Rick, we've talked about this. Amazon has been wildly successful, and they don't really have any competition. There's not the second Amazon out there right now. Mike Lindell's trying. A lot of other places are doing their version of it, but we really don't have a competitor. Anything that wildly successful usually will have two or three competitors, see? I mean, like COVID-19, we don't have just one, we have several. Vaccines that have come out. So football is so popular in our country, I just cannot believe that there is not some model that they can come up with for a second league to compete with the NFL. Because when you look at the value of these teams, you look at the money spent on coaches, players, it just looks like there could be a number two somewhere.
Well, it was done successfully once by the AFC head to head, and then the NFL just went out there and just took them in and made it and kept the one league.
And I think that's what a lot of the other ones have gone into, trying to make it. Maybe they should just try to make it on their own, and if they get bought out, they get bought out. But don't build the whole thing with the idea of we'll do good enough, the NFL will have to buy us.
Well, and if you do that, your franchises would all have to be, I would think, teams that don't already have NFL franchises. I mean, what would be the reason to have two teams in the same city of two different leagues? They need to. New York can do it, LA's done it, but there's not many of those.
If you have rabid fans, maybe that don't follow baseball, maybe they could just go from team to team. I don't know.
I think it's what I call the Nana's Fudge syndrome. You've heard me say it many times on the program. I love my mama's fudge, but you can get too much of it.
Are you saying you think the springtime not having football is what makes us enjoy it in the fall?
Correct. Correct. It's overkill. You can have too much of anything.
Yeah.
I can think of one exception, but that's it.
Right. Right.
And even
of course, you're talking about ice cream.
Correct. Now, as I'm getting older, I'm finding that that may also apply. All right, so 16 minutes past 866 We Be Big is our number. We have much to do on the program, and you're part of it as the Rick and Bubba Show will continue. Make a note of RBU today, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, if you desire to participate. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 21 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG. So, in honor of today's topic on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, which will be the most memorable moments in Rick and Bubba history, the 27 years that this show has been on the air, we're going to talk to you at 866-WE-BE-BIG today on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. And you can call us at 10:30 Central Time, 11:30 Eastern. And so it's got us kind of reminiscing. And now I will admit that this Rick and Bubba Classic that we're about to do in the modern day of technology, there's some difficulty here, and it will be a bizarre experience for those of you that are watching us on YouTube. I mean, a bizarre experience. We don't know why that YouTube cannot seem to cut some sort of deal on licensed music like all of terrestrial radio and apparently even some of the streamings involving podcasts and things like that. It seems no issue. For some reason, YouTube has made it an issue, or the artists have made it an issue. We don't know who's at fault here. And no one can seem to offer a solution.
No.
So
Rick, we appear to be too blocked on this. Anybody got any ideas, let us know, please.
Yeah, but here is a little something that we did for years on the program involving Bubba, and it's a little something called Bubba's Disco Fever. Bubba's Disco Fever.
1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2.
We back when the show was starting, we do it just about every day. And Bubba would play something out of his catalog. DJ Bubba, body work. Come on. Work. Body work to make that body work. Body work to make that body work. So, we're going to do it.
I wish we could just make our voices go into that robot mode just any time.
If I had that box sitting here and I could do it in any moment.
Well, you don't have to do that now. You do it different ways. We could just punch a button and our microphones would do it.
So
that would be the way.
So we're going to play something from the disco era, from when Bubba had it like he liked it. And then if you identify the title and the artist that we're dancing to, today we'll give you something out of the Rick and Bubba story. We want to give them. Do you want to go spatula or do you see them?
Well, whatever you want to give them, Rick. But they have to identify it exactly by title and artist. You know, you can't just kind of get close. You can't round the edges off. You got to give us the show enough name.
And you know how some people like a challenge? If you're watching on YouTube, if you could come up with this without being able to hear it,
that'd really be good.
Just by the way we're moving, I mean, now that
By the way we're moving.
Maybe Rick, let's say maybe you're good at lip reading.
Yeah, well, you'll hear us singing because we're gonna sing with it.
Oh, so you can hear it.
Yeah, so you'll hear that.
Okay.
Yeah, so
but you won't hear the music.
Yeah,
I bet that'll sound.
Yeah,
good.
it'll sound terrible. But how about this? What if you can pick up? What if you can pick up the way we're singing and what we're singing that you can somewhat gather what it is? Now you must do it exactly. It must be the title. It must be the artist, and the first one to do that will get something out of the Rick and Bubba story. I think I'm ready to give away. I'm ready to give away a spatula. You want to give away number one?
Let's do it.
Yeah, we'll give away a spatula.
Rick, I remember the first time I heard this song. It was at a dance at Weaver High School, and I couldn't drive yet, so I was probably about 8th grade.
Oh, yeah. Let's move it just a little bit. Let's get it. It's alright. We are here to party.
Had this record.
Yeah.
I had the 45.
Yeah.
The boogie get down. Somebody say, I got you. Keep on dancing. Come on, Bubba.
Keep on dancing.
Come on with it.
Keep on dancing. Keep on dancing.
Somebody say. Boogie nights are always the best. Somebody say, got to keep on dancing.
Bubba's up.
Thank you, Bubba.
Slap the bass, Greg. Play it. There it is.
Mm-hmm. I still got it. We still got it. Oh, come on, sunshine. Yeah. When you got the feeling. Everybody clap your hands. Hey.
Boogie nights are
Take it,
always
Bubba.
keep on dancing. Keep on dancing. Speedy, you're supposed to do the low part. Keep on dancing. Keep on dancing.
Hey.
I love the way every band had just multiple keyboards.
Oh yeah, had them stacked in there.
Yeah.
You couldn't change them as quick as they needed to.
Rick and Bubba family got to keep on dancing. Keep on dancing. Come on. Cause boogie nights are always the best in town.
Got to keep on dancing. Keep on dancing. Got to keep on dancing. Keep on dancing.
Come on, sing. Take it home. Bubba's Disco Fever.
You got to be in that.
A Rick and Bubba classic.
Keep on dancing. Keep on
Here
dancing.
you go.
Got to keep on dancing. Somebody, do you want to boogie? Do you want to boogie? A boogie. A boogie. Boogie night.
Keep on dancing. Keep on dancing.
Speedy, do you want to boogie?
Dancing.
Boogie.
Keep on dancing.
A boogie, boogie night.
Got to keep on dancing. Keep
So
on
there it
dancing.
is.
Keep on
Bubba's
dancing.
Disco Fever.
Keep on dancing. Got to keep
There
on
it is.
Keep on dancing.
So,
Seemed like it warmed up in here a little bit.
it is. We got a little movement
heart rate
right
going
there.
a little
That's
bit.
it right
You know
there.
why?
Maybe we need that every morning.
Ooh, I tell you what, that's it right there. I mean, now I don't see us moving like we used to. It looked like a car that couldn't quite get out of the driveway. But
Well, we're just warming
Right.
up.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
come on.
Penny, Hattiesburg, Mississippi. Do you know the title and artist of Bubba's Disco Fever hit of the day?
Got to keep on.
Sure do.
What is it?
Boogie Nights, Heat Wave.
Boogie Night. Absolutely right.
Got to keep on dancing.
Now, do you already have a
Dancing.
Rick and Bubba spatula?
On dancing.
I do not.
You don't have one? Okay.
I do not.
Well, that's coming to an end.
Tell you what, you got one now.
And there it is.
Right.
So, Penny, we'll put you on hold. How do you get the show now in Hattiesburg since we got run out on the rail?
It's out of Columbia on 105.9, but I watch you while I'm getting ready on YouTube.
Out of way to go, Columbia. 105.9 to get it in Hattiesburg. I heard somebody saying that too, so that's good. All right,
Yes,
listen.
they shut y'all off at 9 o'clock, but that's okay.
That's
We
all
can
right.
always
Hey,
do
we'll
it.
take to 9 over nothing. All right, so Penny, we'll put you on hold, and we'll send that spatula right out to you, okay?
Okay, thank you.
There it is, Bubba's Disco Fever hit of the morning.
Rick, I believe it was the album Too Hot to Handle.
Too hot to handle.
Remember we had it? It
Heat
was a
wave.
picture of a record on the front of it. It was melting.
No, you're right. Too hot to handle.
Too hot to handle.
Heat Wave, Boogie Nights, Bubba's Disco Fever hit of the day. A Rick and Bubba oldie but a goodie.
Yep.
We'll be back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Our website's Rick and Bubba. You always spell out the word and.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 35 minutes now past the hour. As we make our way back, Bubba's Disco Fever hit of the day. And here's what I want to know. And we got a winner out of Hattiesburg, Mississippi. And that was somebody listening so they could hear the full thing. But, you know, the YouTube experience is different. And people basically say, I prefer this option, and I'm willing to almost suffer through anything to have it, including your own bed music. It's just a bizarro experience because of the licensings that we can't seem to, that plan that we just can't seem to land. But what was that like if you were a tuber to watch Bubba's Disco Fever hit of the day? I mean, what was it like to watch it and be part of that? So I'd like to get a tuber or two's point of view at 866 We Be Big. So tuber only right now for Harry Murdahl, and then we'll chat with you here momentarily and kind of walk through this traumatic experience what you went through and what it must have been like. Tuber only. Butcherbox.com/Bubba. Now, we've made the move to this, when they first became a sponsor on the program, and many of you have done so. But if you are yet to move on butcherbox.com/Bubba, you can go there right now, and you think about, if you're out there and you're trying to get stuff, delivered to the door. We've all learned kind of how to do that. But if you're like a single mom or dad and you want to spend some quality time with your kids around the barbecue grill and eat some truly great meats, there's an outstanding service that can make that happen. You got your hands full. You don't have time to go to the store. You've been stuck at home. Why don't you go to butcherbox.com/Bubba, and they send this directly to your door, okay? And then, remember, all the people they're dealing with, the way that they farm the meat and get it to you, the highest standards are taken into consideration. There's no antibiotics. There's no hormones, nothing like that. Free-range chicken, grass-fed, 100% and finished as well. Fresh-caught seafood. The salmon is wild-caught. The scallops are delicious, and they'll send it right to your door. And if you do that right now, butcherbox.com/Bubba, you'll get 2 pounds of free organic ground beef in every box for the lifetime of the account. I mean, as long as you're, a ButcherBox customer, if you do it now, 2 pounds of ground beef, it's going to be there. So make that move now, butcherbox.com/Bubba or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So Chad was watching, Bubba, out of Texas. Chad, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you, buddy?
Chad.
Hey, Rick. How you doing,
I'm
man?
fine.
Oh, I can't believe I'm talking to you guys.
Well, we're glad you are. So how long have you been watching the show on YouTube?
Well, YouTube about 7 or 8 minutes now. A break and long enough to watch y'all dance very awkwardly.
Yeah, so you're usually not a tuber?
No, I am. So I'm a military guy, so I've been kind of bouncing around the U.S. for the last 16, 17 years, and I used to be a radio guy when I lived in the Southeast, and for the last forever I've been a podcaster.
Okay, but today, as some people would say in God's providence, you found yourself on the YouTube option, and sadly, to see what you just saw.
I did. Rick, y'all are really big about trying to do better for yourself. And I got my garage set up with COVID. I got my treadmill out, and I put a TV in here this weekend just to have something to do while I'm on the treadmill in the morning.
Yep.
So I figured, what the heck, I'll try YouTube, and have something to watch and listen to. And when I tuned on, I was very confused. I'd heard about the lack of bed music and all that good stuff, but then sitting here watching y'all, it was a different experience. I got to admit, it was a little confusing.
Did you ever pick up what the song actually was? You may not have been familiar with the song, and I'm sure that would help if you were. Did you have any idea what was going on?
Well, I am familiar with the song, but what throws you off is, again, I know that the bed music is a little different, or at least what we hear on YouTube.
Yes.
But it was weird with the music. Had it been no music, we'd have been fine, and it'd have been, okay, well, they're obviously dancing to a song I can't hear, but I was trying to put it together with the song I was hearing.
Uh-oh.
And, yeah, it's a confusing thing.
What about, we're older now. Our moves are not what they once were, but could you tell, though, that we still had a little rhythm to us?
Rick was moving around. You were moving around pretty good.
Yeah.
I could tell, you had that safe, I'm a little older, but I want to be hip. Very,
safe,
like I do.
Yeah, safe. I'm not going to get. I'm in a comfortable zone here. I'm not coming out of it. But I'm just going to try to get on the beat as best I can and move like everybody's dad or granddad should.
Exactly. And I, that's right where I sit too. So I'm right there with you.
Yeah, I didn't get much out of the rest of the guys. I felt like that I was
dancing in my
I thought
chair.
this was something we were really going to get into, and I was a little disappointed in the effort, frankly.
Well, it was, we hadn't done it in a while.
Right,
so,
yeah. So
I was definitely dancing in my chair. I just didn't stand up.
I just felt really disappointed in you.
Really?
Yeah, you didn't do anything. You didn't.
What do you mean? I'm over here doing
I'm
this.
going to be honest.
Bubba, I didn't think your effort was. I mean, to come in and say, "Let's do this today."
Yeah.
I thought your effort was late.
It was about 50%, but I enjoyed hearing it for sure.
Yeah.
I feel like Speedy and Bubba at least gave you the keyboard.
Yeah, I'm over here playing.
They did.
Greg.
Well, there was a day
You were on lead, Rick.
There was a day when Bubba's Disco Fever hit was played that this turned into a dance. This turned into American Bandstand. It turned into Soul Train.
I think
and there was dancing everywhere.
Yeah.
And
I think the video element of it kind of threw us off a little bit because I would like to hear what Adler played, or did he just play nothing? I would love to know how he covered it.
Chad, thanks for being part of the show, man, and making the effort to get the show in many different ways. Sorry your first YouTube experience had to be this today.
That's all right. And I just want to say it's a treat to talk to you gentlemen. It's kind of a bucket list item.
Well,
so, man, I'm going to be running around happy today.
Thanks for your service to the country. We appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you, Chad.
Thank you, sir. Bye-bye.
All right, let's see what happened here. David in Alabama, did you go through this as well?
No, I've been watching y'all on YouTube for a long time. I'm David that called y'all here a while back hunting that song from 2 years ago. And
it's coming back to me now, David.
I watched y'all sing and dance and everything. I don't know. I don't understand what y'all are talking about.
Okay, so you're saying to you it's normal. You don't mind watching us dance to a different song than the one we're actually hearing in the studio.
Oh, y'all, the same song. It was the same song.
You were watching on YouTube, David?
On YouTube, yes, sir. I watch it every day.
In your world, did you hear on YouTube Boogie Nights by Heatwave?
Yes.
I think
yes, sir, I did. I watched you dancing around. Oh,
No, I got that. But but Hadler, can you help me with this?
Yeah, I actually covered it with another song, and at times the beat was actually matching up, and so when y'all would say Boogie Nights, it would actually land on the beat.
No, you got to be kidding me. Are you serious?
Listen to it.
Okay, all right, here we go. All right, Bubba, let's watch this. This is the YouTube experience.
Always amazing.
Got to keep on dancing.
Bubba's up.
Dancing.
Slap the bass, Greg. Play it. There it is.
I mean, it was the classic turn the radio down while somebody's singing.
That was
good.
actually you
Good
did
stuff
you
right
did
there.
find something kind of funky. That's good.
Guys,
Wow.
I quickly
Memories.
volunteered to go and phone screen because I thought the only person that does not need to be in the room is me.
Right.
These other guys are going to get after this. They're going to show a level of energy that is just way beyond anything that I can provide. I'm not a good dancer. So this is a moment where I get out of here. And I got to say I was disappointed.
Yeah,
I was disappointed the whole
Well,
thing.
you know what it was? I was the first one to the floor, and you realize nobody went with you. And there's no worse feeling to be out on the floor by yourself, And I was like, well, I'm the only one. I mean, it's I have got up out of my seat.
This one didn't do a thing.
Nah.
He just sat there.
No, it looked.
I mean,
we look like a bunch of old men.
You were the lead singer,
And
so you clearly were taking the lead.
I'm talking about the way we
Disco
used to do it. The way we did it in the
I know,
past, we didn't do it.
give you
See,
that.
that was before my time. I thought Bubba's Disco Hit that he was the one who was supposed to dance. I didn't know we all were.
No, it becomes a dance.
didn't know that.
It becomes a dance party in here.
I thought it was Bubba was the only one supposed to dance.
We used to. I mean,
Okay.
Well,
all right,
and if he's
gotta-
the lead guy, I got to tell you, we took him off the mound real quick because he didn't give any energy either.
didn't.
Nobody
He
did.
didn't.
Rick
No,
was the
I-
only one.
I gotta
I
come-
was, if this had been Greg's disco segment, I'd have been throwing down. I didn't know. I know now.
I got to complain on something. Secondhand kind of came in on me a little bit, and I realized
there was a day you'd have went nuts.
If I get up and I start dancing on YouTube and they can't see what we're doing, somebody's gonna have secondhand on me.
What
you know
you're
what I'm
saying-
saying? So I was like, somebody's gonna be embarrassed for me.
Right.
You see what I'm saying by looking like, oh, look at him.
We didn't get
But that's
Bubba. We didn't
okay.
get Speedy's
I get
famous
it.
little
I
cowboy
get
thing.
it.
When he comes around.
I know. I got.
We didn't get
little
Bubba's
twist.
hip pump. We got nothing.
I was expecting a
What
ton.
about your little? What about
Well,
your little jump hip?
I was just
thing?
following the leader over there, and he didn't do it.
You didn't look constipated, Bubba. Normally you have that constipated look when you really bring it.
Look, like Bubba said, we tried something we hadn't done in a while. We're a little older. I think the YouTube thing got in. It
we
definitely
knock
got
the
in
dust off, Rick.
It definitely got in Speedy's head.
It did.
Yeah.
It
Yeah,
did.
more,
I'm just
more
telling you.
herniated disc now.
All right, next segment, Bubba popping for good. Well, I apologize. I'll know next
That's
time.
fine.
I was singing a lot.
Yeah.
I throw a little bass line in there.
Greg, I started dancing, but having everybody else on my shoulders, it got heavy.
It did. You had to sit down and rest your legs.
It would have helped me if we'd have turned the lights down just a little bit.
Yeah, that does help.
Hey, how about this? You ever did you do it?
They turned the lights on the dance floor on.
How about a shot before it comes over?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. As we make our way back, I'm playing. No, it's too late. It's that's the. But Speedy. All right, so as we
let's do it again tomorrow.
No, that's all right. I'm just making some notes. Rick, on Bubba's Disco Fever hit, lower expectations of enthusiasm of the team. Yeah. All right, so as we make our way back, Greg was just talking about this, Bubba, and I wonder if you can remember too. So remember our age, and it's fun to do this, especially with consumption of music. So we're old enough to have lived some 78 RPM albums, then to the 33s, to the 45s, and we had vinyl, baby.
Mm-hmm. Vinyl.
We also, and the vinyl to me was superior to the 8-track tape.
Oh, the 8-track was a terrible invention.
The 8-track was
no rewind.
Yeah, the 8-track was terrible.
You just had to keep going forward. And I hated when a song was in the middle of a track change because it would go quiet and then it would just come back.
And you would have to time it if it was a song you didn't want to hear. You know, on this track, it was terrible.
How did anybody let that happen?
And some of them, we had one that had a fast forward, but some of them didn't even have that.
I know.
You just had to play the
the track and hope.
So
and you hear click and it stopped.
Yeah. So Greg and I, during the summer, and this is not an exaggeration, we would go to the public swimming pool just about every day.
Every day. We had a season's pass.
And even when I was working the summer program, as soon as summer program was over, to the pool we went. Okay, and that just basically.
Did you have a run at the pool working one time?
Yeah, I actually was part of the lifeguard crew at the pool one time because that's when you're coming back from college or you're a senior. But anyway, so we I remember, Greg, I'm with you. We were there that day, and we heard those of you on YouTube can't hear this, but everybody else, we heard this coming.
Am I getting up now?
That's too late. Now it's become a charity. All right, so we heard this coming, and I believe it was a Honda Celica.
Yep.
Or Prelude, I can't remember.
One or the other.
And I heard this coming across the parking lot, and I knew quickly that didn't sound like an 8-track, and that's all it could have been because it was in a car. It couldn't be vinyl. And I heard Donnie Blackwell, and I heard this song coming out of his car, and he began to wave us over to his car. And we went over to his car stereo, and we looked in, and guess what we saw? A cassette player.
Yeah. The first one I'd ever seen in a vehicle.
First one we'd ever seen.
The only thing we had seen up to that point is, the ones you had at home, the little square that you put in.
Rick, what year was that?
Man, that's a great question.
That would have been...
I may need some help here.
80.
I'm going to look to the side. And
we're going to do this story
Rick,
about the guy
80.
that invented it. Okay, I think you're close, and let me tell you why.
79.
The first one that I actually heard, I'd seen a cassette, and I'd seen a cassette deck like with a home unit. But the first one I saw in a car, I think, was an add-on. It was like one that somebody had mounted up under the dash.
Yeah.
It wasn't with the radio.
That was it, yeah. That's what we saw.
And I think it was Tim Johnson that had it, and it was right before we went on a B-team basketball game, which had been 1980, I think.
Yeah.
And he had Michael Jackson's Off the Wall. And
I had that actually on 8-track.
And when he was showing us how it would rewind and everything, I thought, hey.
And then they got fancy with when you could press play and stop at the same time. When it got to the end, it would go ahead and edit, and it'll stop there, cue it up for you.
Find that pause.
And then, as they got fancier, you could flip them over without taking them out.
I had one of them in my
play
truck.
would flip over. But I thought,
there were two sides.
Rick, that was one of those days you go, it was like, and we've all had these in our lifetime, thank goodness, because of where we live and the time we live, where you go, this is a giant leap forward.
We couldn't believe
this is a giant leap forward.
And I remember there wasn't a huge selection early of the cassettes. You had just a handful of artists, not many, and then they took over. They put them in them things that you couldn't get it out of.
And then right on as you started doing your own recordings and all that, the Dolby silencing, that took the hiss out of it. Yeah, you had Dolby B and then Dolby C.
We would record. But do you remember before this the old portable cassette players that,
that
everybody's family had? We would record off the radio,
off
just
the
through the
radio.
microphone.
You just set it next to the speaker.
And
audio
terrible.
coupled it.
Yeah.
So anyway, and
a lot of interviews
when we found out that we could record on a cassette. If you had a cassette that had music on it, you could fast forward and rewind.
Game changer, Rick.
We thought to
Game
ourselves, my goodness. So anyway, the inventor of the cassette audio tape has died at 94.
Lou Ottens, is that how you say his name? Ottens?
He was the guy.
A Dutch inventor of the iconic cassette tape has died at age 94 in his home in the Netherlands. Now, he and Rick, this guy, we can thank him for a lot of stuff.
Listen.
He studied engineering, began working for the Philips Company in 1952. By 1960, he had become head of the company's product development department, and within a year, his team had developed the first portable tape recorder. In 1963, he revolutionized the reel-to-reel tape by inventing the cassette tape. He later said the invention came about merely because he was annoyed with the clunky, user-unfriendly reel-to-reel system. The same year, the first cassette tape was introduced at an electronics fair with the slogan, "This is how they sold it, smaller than a pack of cigarettes."
How about that?
Well, now, and we're talking about just the cassette before we start releasing music on it. We all had those where you could just record on. In fact, we have a recording of Christmas when we were kids, and we still lived in Birmingham, so I was less than 4 years old. That tells you how, and that would have been right around 69,
so get this.
70.
Ottens later struck a deal with Sony to introduce a standardized design for cassette tapes. More than 100 billion would be sold around the world in the following decades. In 1970, Ottens was instrumental in the development of what would eventually become the compact disc or CD, something he believed that would have superior sound quality to cassettes.
He was right. You know, vinyl, people are intrigued with it again. I heard the other day that cassettes are even coming back.
Come on.
A lot of artists are releasing their stuff on cassette.
You're making that up.
I heard
For
that.
what
rubbing your
reason?
forehead, making
I'm
it
just
up.
telling you, that's what I heard.
Have you ever noticed when
Somebody said.
You ever notice if you go into this genre, Greg becomes incredibly authoritative?
Yeah, he does.
I mean, and he'll speak to it.
Yeah.
Ottens retired in 1980. He was always humble about his inventions, maintaining that they were a team effort and that he did not, need all the praise for it.
With this
Hey,
show
look,
has
let's
sounded
put- let's
really
put-
old this hour.
let's-
Our dancing and now we're the cassette tape talk. We
Let's
really sound
let's
old.
thank the Dutch for this.
Well,
Give
thank
them
you.
their props.
Thank you.
They
we
didn't
gotta
split
wait-
the atom. They didn't land a man on the moon. But I'm gonna tell you, cassette tapes were awesome.
And
We
how
got
about
away
that?
from
And
that
thank you for your
8
Dutch
track.
oven.
That's right.
Oh, I love that. The 8-track, once we found a way to replace it with this, it was a game changer.
Here you go.
There's
The
that
8-track almost made it where you didn't even want to listen.
Listen to the time.
What about when it would drag and you'd have to wedge a piece of cardboard in there?
I forgot about that.
I mean, there was nothing good
Do you
about
remember?
8-track.
I don't know if your family,
Little
but
lean
like
about him.
Yeah,
my,
leaning in.
I had a bunch of them, too.
my uncle had an 8-track player at home.
I did too. I had a portable.
And it was in what we would call a stereo system, although I think it was a standalone. I don't think he had a tuner with it, but he had a stack of 8-tracks. Wow. But what was funny, that's what we were using for
man.
carts
Oh, my
still
God. Yeah.
for many years until things changed with the hard drive.
Bubba, the
I
other
had Boston Don't Look Back on 8-track.
the other day,
That was a good one.
I was sitting there with some friends, and somehow the radio business started. The door came open, and normally, we don't have much to bring to the table at a lunch. It involves people talking about what they do for a living. And all of a sudden they begin to ask me things about how we do the things we do, and I said, well, let me take you back to how we once did it, and they couldn't believe it. They were like, how in the world did you have time to do anything other? I said, by the time you were setting up the next commercial break, setting up the next, you had to have songs. You stacked individual commercials, carts.
Oh, yeah.
They couldn't believe it. They couldn't believe trying to record stuff coming off the satellite onto one of those 15-minute long ones.
Yeah. Wow.
And just
You ever see one of them real fat ones?
oh yeah.
Let's play something and dance coming next.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour. There were profits on that one. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Andy Van Adler are all here for a brand new hour from the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. Thanks for being with us. Somebody say, welcome back for a brand new hour. There is Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Honored and privileged. Thank all of you for the opportunity. Now 27 years full-time.
Yep. And programming note, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast recording today will release. This is the individual, unique podcast that we do most every week. It comes out over the weekend. It's standalone podcast, wherever you get podcasts. And the guest this weekend, you, the Rick and Bubba audience. 866 We Be Big will record at 10:30 Central Time, 11:30 Eastern today. And the question on the table, it is very specific. The most memorable moments in the last 27 years, as Bubba just mentioned, of the Rick and Bubba Show. And then we can maybe, if we can recall it, give you some kind of maybe facts you may not have known about it, some behind-the-scenes discussions. So you are the guest today. If you can make your schedule work to be with us, the podcast lasts about 45 minutes. So just FYI. All right, so we mentioned soccer coming out of the break. This footage, and Speedy has admitted that Greg brought this to him, and he kind of just went, here.
I've really got to examine
didn't give me
myself.
nothing.
I didn't give you enough on Disco Fever, and I didn't give him enough on this.
Can I tell you what I think?
what's
it is?
up with me?
I think it. Have you had your testosterone check?
No, a little
You went there?
No,
Low T.
when you get older, we all do. Our testosterone goes down, which affects.
don't chime
which
in.
No, I think it's going on with me right
which
now,
affects
by the
our
way.
energy.
You were brilliant. Is
Hey,
what
hey,
you
listen, it affects our energy. You know, and you become a little more low energy. There can be
Yeah.
some good in that, but there also can be, you know, because let's be honest, I'm watching you right now. You don't seem to have the energy for it, and so you're giving
You need to hush.
you're giving Greg nothing.
I didn't give him anything on
you
this.
looked at Bubba's Disco Fever hit as a break. You know, it's just.
I was shifting around. I could have gotten up,
right.
and
But that's
then
fine.
I could have done the worm. Or
Has it been
something for
checked?
you. No, it hasn't. No, it hasn't.
How old are you?
I'm 52. Rick.
Okay, well, yeah, I'd have that checked.
How about your college?
We'll go
You
together.
always ask when I do
We'll go together.
get my blood work. I said, just check that just to be sure. So
Check the T.
we're
Yeah,
good.
got
We're good
to.
right now.
Well, I had, you know, I told you, I've said this 1,000 times, and the doctor still, he laughed pretty hard. He said, no, you know, here's where you are. You're not where you once were, but I can help you get to where you once were. And I said, no, thank you. Yeah. I said, I like where I am right now.
Yeah.
I get a lot more done. I'm very focused. Everything else is no problem. So all that's going to do is just bring. It's not going to bring. It's going to bring me more problems, and it's going to bring me any good. So I like where I am.
But giving people more is not normally not a concern with me, and so I mean
Well, that's what
I
concerns
normally
me.
just bring it, you know, and so I just didn't do it. Now you were brilliant getting in there and screening. That was brilliant.
Here's the thing.
on your
I'm
part.
not a big dancer,
I
and I
know.
don't.
In
so-
all fairness, you were never part of this.
Thank you,
Right.
and that's
that's
hey,
good.
I wasn't either.
You were looking to me to do
And
something
you and
that
Bubba,
I didn't do.
Rick, I'll tell you
was
this
about
much.
the big three.
Hey.
This was about the big three.
I'm
Rick,
sorry.
I'll tell you this much: the next time it happens, if it happens after today's, I will be in here.
I
will
was
not
just
do
following
phones.
the leaders.
Let's do it again.
Because Rick, I'll be honest with you, you were dancing, but not like you normally do.
I know. Well, you know why? You look, nobody's with you.
You
I
look like
get
you
it.
were at Jitterbugs dancing.
Yeah, you ever had that feeling when you run out in the field and you think everybody's behind you? You look back and everybody's still back in the foxhole.
That's a good point.
I mean,
Right, and then I looked up and I saw us, and I went,
Well, let me put it this way: during the podcast today of the greatest moments the past 27 years, that segment will not be mentioned.
no, it won't.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm sorry, and I apologize to you prior to the kickoff hour. You talked about.
I'll
this,
never bring another story
and I
up.
didn't give you much.
All right, so Speedy went from giving too
Which
much
means my
to not
stories
giving
are never
anything
good.
now, and I
Yeah.
don't know why.
Yeah.
But here it is, ESPN Colombia. They were breaking down.
Colombia.
Yeah, ESPN Colombia. They are doing some sort of soccer recap.
Of course, it's soccer.
Yeah, and,
They love it there.
And you know
Greg,
when
you mean
we
football, Rick?
Football.
It
yeah,
actually really is.
it is. And
Makes more sense.
It makes more sense to call that football than what we call football. I totally agree with that. But they're sitting on a TV set, and part of that TV set falls and really hits one of the analysts, and he's saying he's okay.
He says he's okay. Now there's 7 people at this counter. Okay, you know how many people they have now. And here it is. The guy. Pay attention to the guy on the far left, right there.
Okay.
Right there.
He has no idea right
No,
then. This
no.
is about to, look, he's
I
having
know.
a good day at this point.
Yeah, exactly.
Good night. Look at this guy.
He slammed him.
They realize they're live too.
Look at his face. I like to see him go check on him.
Did they just keep on talking
No,
about
he said
soccer?
he just said we'll be right back.
You don't know what he said.
You could tell he did.
All right,
Right back.
Well, he got hit hard. And here's the thing.
Yo, it slings him down.
Sets
Look, that has
sets
to
are
hurt.
usually pretty flimsy. I mean, they just put them up for looks.
Gosh,
I
and
think
you can
somebody
tell
did
that's
that on purpose.
That's like a fake wall. It almost looks like it's coming down harder than it should, like it was pushed. Somebody
it
bumped
slings
into
his
it or
head.
something.
Hey, there's something going on.
I think somebody
What
did
y'all
it on
think?
purpose.
Whoever puts that set up every day and takes care of that stuff was mad at that guy about something.
You
Flirting
know
with
what?
his
I
girlfriend
bet
or
something happened
something.
backstage. Somebody tripped and fell into it, or was clowning around, because that thing's coming down. A fake
Or he's been
wall
hitting on
that
somebody's
falls-
woman.
Yeah.
There's
Or
one
his
shot of the
head
main
slams that desk.
host is doing a stand up and walks behind the counter just seconds. I mean, like he's just now sat down. The guy in the center, he's just now sat down.
Yes, he's
but
sent.
He,
Look, he's
he
bracing.
heard something. He
heard
turned
something.
his head. Yeah, he
He's,
turned his
he's
head.
bracing. He's bracing.
oh, good.
Well, he got slammed in that
Boy,
desk.
he did.
hard.
Golly.
Thank goodness that was just a fake wall, as opposed to a.
Wow, that is unbelievable.
Now, I don't.
Is that better?
That's better.
I don't know, but I got an email that QAnon said Oprah Winfrey did it.
Yeah.
That's why.
Yeah, if you look, he has an
Brace.
ankle monitor on while he did it.
That's about y'all did that in the kickoff hour. Wow. Hey, folks, we got it. We got to get it right.
We got to calm down.
Yeah.
We'll get a call. We'll get a call from
Good gracious.
No, he does brace, so he does hear this thing.
Yeah.
Look at does the desk move too when he's hit?
So now this guy's in critical condition. Is that what you're saying?
No, he's not.
No, he's okay. Oh gosh!
Is this one of those when you're embarrassed that you're really hurt, but you're trying? I'm good. I'm okay.
You talking about when I did the moonwalk thing?
Yeah,
exactly.
I'm good.
Yeah.
Well, that guy. This is what I didn't hear. I didn't hear somebody. I didn't hear somebody screaming, "Get him out from under that!" or get that off.
If you hear somebody goes, "Heads up! Heads up!"
Look, that guy's shocked, but he doesn't.
How about the guy in the blue sweater? It just missed him.
It did. You and I would kind of want people to get up and check on him.
All right, Bubba, you're from the world of being a radio engineer, and I know this isn't exactly the same thing. But let's say that you're part of we make these things happen. Mm-hmm. We're the set designers, we're the camera people, we're the engineers, we're the audio people. I just sense that there was a conversation with these guys, the old hard work, and they think all the on-air talent's a bunch of idiots. Mm-hmm. And somebody said, we got to replace this set. This thing is falling apart, and y'all won't give us any budget on this. And all of a sudden, right now, I got to say, well, I told you.
Mm.
Rick, I don't
you
know
think they tie all the walls together because they're in pieces, and they connect them.
Yeah.
And so for some reason, this one wasn't connected. It didn't look like it.
I can't tell if there's TV monitors on it, which may have made it heavier. But, Speedy, you're right. I don't know the setup of the studio. That whole set may come apart, in sections. And they may set it up every week for this show.
Right.
And maybe somebody forgot to put the pins in it or whatever they do.
The guy who's supposed to set that up probably gave about the same effort as Speedy did in this configuration.
Somebody went, uh-oh.
Somebody said, uh-oh. Somebody walked away. They were rushing to the coffee pot. And somebody said, did I secure that?
Yeah.
Put that strap on.
Or somebody could have been dancing back there. Really.
Wow.
Wow, that's
man. That's amazing, Greg.
That is crazy.
Rick and Bubba.
That's real heavy.
Yeah. We'll come back. We'll take your phone calls on any topic at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Harry Murdahl will set up.
Somebody's going to get a red card on that, baby.
Yeah. Okay. Did you check to make sure you were using that terminology right?
Yeah, you get thrown out.
Do you? Okay.
Yeah, I think.
Your phone calls are next. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Phone troll time. There's the music. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Lines are available, and you can get in right now. 10 lines are available, 30 seconds a pop. That'll get the line moving quickly. And you can join us at 866-WE-BE-BIG, and we would love to hear from you. We'll get started with Madison out of Fort Payne, Alabama, listening to us. You got a couple of shots, probably out of Scottsboro on 101.7 The Storm. All right, let's start with Madison. Madison, welcome to Rick and Bubba. You got 30 seconds. Go right ahead.
Hey, monkey grass.
Thanks, Madison. Appreciate the call, buddy. Go ahead.
If it gives you any idea how popular cassettes have become, I've actually gotten, I listen to y'all on it every morning. I've got a 1985 Sanyo's, something like that, boombox.
And you record us on cassette?
No, I don't record y'all, but I mean, I could.
Oh, you're saying you listen to a boombox that still has a cassette player?
Hey, I had some good.
Oh yeah, let it eat.
We have one back there right now in the storage room.
Let's go to
one in the basement to listen to.
Ken out of Illinois. Ken, go ahead.
Yeah, Rick, I have a couple of 8-track tape stories. I had a 74 Monte Carlo, and I think I was switching from a Foreigner tape to a Boston tape, and I ran a red light, T-boned my track coach and totaled his truck out.
Yeah, they were not very driver friendly. No, they really weren't.
Yeah, then last night I was helping a gentleman across the street in his garage, and he had an 8-track tape right he was going to give to me, but I was trying to adjust it. I said, man, we need a book of matches to put underneath this thing to prop it up.
Yeah, you couldn't find a book of matches now to do anything.
Do you remember that horrible feeling when the track would get hung back there on one of the heads?
Oh, Rick, when you pull it out, tape's just all wadded up.
What was worse than that?
Cassette tape would do it too. Run around.
At least you could run it back in.
Well, it was just such a mess. I mean, there's some of them you just went,
I know.
Started cutting and
Do you
pulling.
remember when you start getting a little slack and you reach in there to try to get it so you
Yeah,
get turn and pull it back?
Have y'all ever? Did y'all ever do like
Let me
you
tell you
used
who's
to do?
lost in this conversation. That's my.
I know you don't. I'm so you're so young right now.
Have y'all ever spliced a cassette tape to get it back together like we did with reel to reel?
I have. I didn't like to do it, but I've done it.
I didn't feel good about it.
Yeah.
How about this? I didn't enjoy splicing 8-track.
No,
What a pain, Rick. For one edit, all that business we have to cut it to angle and put the tape and then trim the sides.
Oh, you talking about the
on.
reel to reel?
Oh, yes.
Oh my gosh.
Pull it down and then it'd be off just a little bit,
What in
and
the
you have
world?
to. I mean, it was almost impossible.
Let's go to Freddie in Tennessee. Freddie, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Donuts, pizza, and ice cream. That's Rick and Bubba's blood type. Y'all hear me? How's it going, fellas?
Good, buddy.
Of course, the main reason we all want to go to heaven, we want to be with God, and we want to see God. But I've got a secondary reason, and it's kind of selfish, and I want people to join in with me. Bubba, can you imagine if they have donuts, pizza, and ice cream in heaven? Can y'all?
Oh yeah. Listen, what we're tasting on Earth here is the fallen taste. It's going to be so much better on the other side.
I can't remember who it was the first time who said that.
Plus, you don't get fat.
I don't know who it was, and that is that everything that you have tasted on this on this fallen Earth, it was tasted with fallen taste buds, and it was food in its fallen state. You've never really tasted the true flavor of anything.
And Rick, you know how I love mountains and I love getting out to hills and you see, and it's just breathtaking, some of them. And you think, man, this is incredible, but this is the trash dump. This is not the way it was supposed to be. It was supposed to be better than this, and this is what we're stuck with. So, you know, that's. I think sometimes I'm at fault at this personally, but I think we need to be greedy for heaven. You know, and we don't.
No doubt about it.
I mean, humans as a whole, we have a greedy gene in us, and a lot of times but there's things we should be greedy for, and that's one of them. You know,
it is kind of and of course,
need to point it in the right direction.
There was a major correction in my life that's quite obvious that will make you quite heaven focused. But I've gotten there, and you start thinking, what is this? Why are we clinging, other than the reason why we're here? What are we clinging to this place for when our whole faith is supposed to be based on this is the throwaway, to your point. And I'm not making fun of Freddie because he's trying to be funny, but we're so bad about it that we start thinking that somehow heaven won't be quite heaven unless things of this earth are there. That's a flawed way of thinking, too.
Yeah.
Hey, that's a flawed way of thinking. Yeah.
Well,
it's
our whole existence,
Right.
it's tough being an eternal being wearing an earth suit.
Right.
You know, and that's always going to have somewhat of an internal conflict.
Yeah, and I love that. And the conflict really begins once you've been redeemed. I thought C.S. Lewis, his comment on that was just brilliant, because I think sometimes people aren't ready for that, me included, for what was ahead. He said, once you've been redeemed, see, your flesh was just winning with no competition at all because your spirit was dead before you were redeemed. So when your spirit gets redeemed and God's seed goes into that spirit and now makes the dead spirit alive, now the flesh actually has an opponent.
Yeah.
And he makes the analogy because he was writing during World War II, and he said, you don't know the power of the Nazis by just going along with them. If you want to know the power of the Nazis, you resist them. Mm-hmm. He said, same as with the flesh. Once you get redeemed, that flesh begins to fight for its life. And now you're right. Now you got a conflict going, and so the one you feed is going to win. Let's go to James and Arab. James, go ahead. 30 seconds. How you doing?
Hey guys, I'm doing good. How are y'all?
Fantastic.
Hey, listen, do y'all remember when you discovered, like on your boom box, that you could actually push the play button? If you want to get to the next song, you push the play button and gently push down the fast forward button, and you would hear the song going.
Yeah. Greg talked about it. Yeah, Greg talked about that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I missed it.
No, it's okay. You're right, but the people this hour may not have heard that. Yeah, when that feature came out, you thought, well, it won't get any better than this. Yeah. I can fast forward to the next song and just take my hands off of it, and it'll find the pause, and now I've got the next song.
Rick, I remember getting everything set up like I like it, say in my car.
Oh yeah.
With the cassette player and the amp and the speaker, and thinking that it'll never get any better than this. And I envision keeping that same setup till I passed away one day.
Yeah.
And of course that only lasted about 2 years.
Right. Yeah. See, we never had the budget for a real nice car stereo setup, so I never experienced that, but I remember the people who did, and I know you did.
Well, yeah. It wasn't, it wasn't the best, but you could build on your system. You know what I mean?
Well, I think it was Greg, because Greg got a real job that started working his way through the power company. And I think he went and put together something that was kind of real at one point. It was good.
Well, you could build big boxes to put your speakers in, and crossover networks. I mean, you could get as fancy as you wanted.
We had those things in our life where our mom and dad said, we have no problem providing these basic things because we're your parents and you don't have a job yet. But there were certain things that they would say, now that's on the list if you're going to have to handle that on your own. And car stereo, drums, and PV speakers were on the list, and we had to find a way to do that on our own. Yep. Let's go to Jeremy in Alabama. Jeremy, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Hey, when you guys were talking about that Brian Regan show, I love stand-up comedy, so I had to watch y'all. That was funny.
Yeah, he's funny. Real funny guy. I talked to someone at church last night, said the same thing, said, when y'all suggested that, I didn't know, I wasn't as familiar with him as you guys are, and they were like, thank you for that steer, because you get to laugh your head off without thinking I shouldn't have been watching that, it's clever, it's hilarious, and it's that observational stuff that when he does the bit about people thinking of the first person to tell you that a raisin is just a grape, golly, and how infuriating that is for him. And he gives the ham sandwich analogy. and what I love is you can tell the fury he has on things that we would call a bip. Yeah. Because he really lets a lot out when he's now pretends to be the people who do these things we hate. And so if you haven't seen it, it's really funny. And he's got a number of them, but the new one, On the Rocks, is available now. I think you'll enjoy it. Bottom of the hour, 866 We Be Big. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. ExpressVPN.com/Bubba. Why is that important? I'll tell you why. I mean, you can't say on one hand that you're worried about the fact that the big tech companies know everything that we're doing, and then on the other hand do nothing to protect yourself. With ExpressVPN.com/Bubba, here's what happens when you use this VPN. Okay, they make your online presence anonymous by hiding the IP address. And why do I need that, Rick? I know. Look, I didn't understand it either when that was first presented to me. Well, this is how the big tech companies make their money. Their services are not free. By the way, there is no such thing as free lunch. We've talked about this 1,000 times. But what they do is they follow you around, they gather your data, and then they sell it off to advertisers, and that's how they make their money. So if you really don't want the big tech companies knowing so much about your life, well, then get expressvpn.com/Bubba. They also encrypt 100% of your data, and that protects you from any eavesdroppers that may be on your network. And the app is so easy to use. Just one button and click away, and here we go. So go to expressvpn.com/Bubba. Now, that /Bubba is important because it's going to get you 3 months for free when you agree to a 1-year package. That means you get a year and then 3 months and only pay for the year. So there's also a link at rickandbubba.com. You find that under the sponsors button. Well, Bubba, speaking of things that we all enjoy here in this fallen world, one of these things appears to be someone and their love of McDonald's McNuggets, and it's led to a woman being dumped by her boyfriend because the boyfriend thought she was being unfaithful to him as a woman would be unfaithful to the one and only man that she claims to be in a relationship with. But what's discovered is she wasn't being faithful, but it had nothing to do with their human relationship of intimacy.
Rick, can I sum it up by saying a vegan thought his girlfriend was cheating on him, and she was with McNuggets.
Yes. Mm-hmm. So she says that, look, yes, it is true that I was sneaking out of our apartment or wherever they live. Undoubtedly, they were living together, and so the boyfriend is vegan only, and the new girlfriend says, look, I like you enough to, I guess, live with you or have a relationship with you, but I can't stay to this vegan diet. And she was sneaking out to go to McDonald's to eat McNuggets, like you said, Bubba.
Yeah, and she would claim she's going to the grocery store or running an errand, and he would ask to go with her, and she would say, no, I got this. You stay here.
Right. And he thought she was seeing another man.
Correct.
But really, she was seeing chicken nuggets.
That's it.
About twice a week.
She said, I would literally have dreams where I'm surrounded by chicken nuggets. And I don't know who Matt Stoney is. That some cook or something? I would watch Matt Stoney videos and get so jealous. What does that mean?
Yeah, I don't know.
Anybody know who that is? Stonie.
Speaking of McDonald's, I think it was Greg used to make fun of me because there was something on the McDonald's menu that I found out that I liked, and I would go by because it was at a special. They would be having it. Mm-hmm. But the McRib, do you remember that? The McRib sandwich?
No, I'm familiar with it. I never dined on it because I was concerned that they claimed it was ribs, but you could bite through it, and the thing that looked like bones.
Well, there wasn't a bone in it.
It was
there was
fake bones.
It was compressed, so it looked like it had bones in it.
Yeah, but it doesn't.
But it really didn't have bones in it. But I'm gonna tell you, when that first came out, and I hit one of those at a drive-through one day, I thought, hey, that's all right there.
It's almost like if I go into the McDonald's world, okay, I know that the fast food giant and I are making an arrangement that I'm not entering into the land of health. But there's even lines I draw there, and I'm sorry I drew the line at the McRib. I was like, I thought I was a food daredevil on your filet of fish. That's about as much daredeviling I'm gonna do here at McDonald's. The McRib, I just couldn't make myself. I could not overcome it.
You know what hurt me on the fish sandwich was a lot of times when you ordered it, they wouldn't have it ready to go, and you had to get out of line and wait. And I don't want to do that. I mean, I want something that's ready to go. And I would order it. I hate tartar sauce.
I knew this was coming
because it's too close to mayonnaise.
Yeah, well, it's got mayonnaise.
and I would order it without tartar sauce, and then half the time I'd get it to be splattered in tartar, and I'm like,
Now this is when we all have these.
I can't wipe tartar sauce off and still eat it.
This is where you get a little difficult sometimes because
I know.
I get it because you have no problem with Thousand Island dressing,
right?
Which also has mayonnaise in it,
but it has enough ketchup to cover it up,
right? Right.
And back to Stoney.
See,
Rick,
I
he's
don't
a
know
competitive
it's
eater.
mayonnaise,
He's a competitive
Matt
eater.
Stoney is a competitive eater.
Yeah, Megatoad.
So she
is
got
his
jealous
nickname.
watching somebody cram food.
Yeah.
What she tried that she thought
and YouTuber as well.
She thought that her new boyfriend and his veganism that she could overcome it, and she just couldn't.
No,
she was cheating on the diet.
Yeah,
and could not. This wasn't going to work out.
Well, he still didn't believe her, and that's why he broke up. He's like, I don't believe that.
They refer to each other as exes in this later on down.
Yeah, it didn't work out.
No.
So McDonald's broke this couple up.
Well, let's be real, guys. You know how we always say that if you're going to be in a relationship with someone, they have to be more attractive than they are crazy.
Yeah.
And the vegan thing, that'd be difficult to overcome. I don't know that I could get along with a vegan. I don't think it would work.
When you see Coming to America 2, check out McDowell's clown he has.
What? McDowell?
Get it out. You're slobbering.
Are you okay?
What are you doing?
What just happened?
I got to laughing. I'm sorry.
Were you thinking about the McRib?
I think I was.
Okay, so guys, I just couldn't. No offense to McDonald's, I just couldn't do the McRib. I just think right there we're playing some games we don't need to play. You know,
it was good though.
Yeah, I understand we're not sure what's in the McNugget. I got it, but I mean, it's
is there
you
something?
Can't be critical of the McRib and have a McNugget in your hand.
I know.
Well, I really don't eat McNuggets.
Yeah.
When I go to McDonald's, I'm pretty straightforward. I'm a Big Mac guy.
Okay.
I'm a quarter pounder guy, and I'm a 2 cheeseburger guy. And I really don't get outside that world.
Fries?
Oh, always fries.
They're fries.
They have the greatest fries in the world.
Why is their fries so good?
They put dairy on it. They sprinkle dairy on them, like powdered dairy.
Really? Mm-hmm. I knew the salt was pretty good on there.
Yeah. I love your confidence in how you were saying that, though. You had that.
I looked into it.
You know how you remember how Greg? You remember how
Is it
Greg
like
was
creamer
talking?
for coffee?
Kinda.
Is it cooked into it, or just sprinkled on it like
I don't
salt?
know. There's a dairy component there that people don't realize.
Do you like when they have that big silver salt shaker with the handles and they're doing that in the salt?
All I can think about is that right there run my blood pressure up.
Yeah. Have y'all met?
I just don't buy that salt is bad. I just don't.
Okay.
I just don't buy it.
Well,
I know it'll run your blood pressure up. I know that. I agree.
Or apparently you don't buy that the sugar can be bad.
Well, there's no biblical references to sugar. There is to salt.
Right. Well, that was kind of a component for preserving when we didn't have refrigeration.
Right.
Yeah, I got you.
Is this where you become a nutritionist, Bubba?
A lot of the stuff we put salt on now, we're preserving.
No, look. In moderation,
too much. Too much of
sure,
anything.
Of course. Yeah. Now, do I walk around in fear of salt? No. I mean, but yeah, I got you.
It's like telling me light's bad.
Right.
Yeah. Have y'all ran across the people that don't like Big Macs? Have you met those people? There's some that are out there.
Well, I can see. Honestly, this is gonna be weird to you. I can see where they would be. I'm a quarter pounder guy versus the Big Mac
or
guy.
a double cheeseburger.
Yeah, or a double cheeseburger because the Big Mac does have lettuce. It does have that sauce on it,
and that's the key. That's it.
It's hard to handle driving sometimes.
And I'm so sorry.
I like the singles. It's easier to eat.
You've disappointed me today, so now I'm going to disappoint you.
Okay.
Is I went through an era where I was anti Big Mac.
Really?
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I know that hurt. I would go quarter pounder or 2 cheeseburgers.
Was it the sauce?
Yeah, I didn't care for I didn't like the presentation of the Big Mac. It was messy. I couldn't get it. Eating it was a hassle, and I didn't think the secret sauce was worth the trouble. And I'd always
Are you okay
do.
over there, Helmsy?
I'm not. That's a good sandwich.
Now look, that's
we're
over.
Hey, but look at me. We're even.
How about this? I don't have any issue with it now. But when I was younger, I couldn't imagine a burger with no ketchup. Couldn't imagine it.
Yeah.
So this didn't have any ketchup on it.
I get that.
And then I would try to add ketchup, meaning now I'm moving the bread the buns around. We got a middle bun in there, and trying to get some ketchup in there, and it just turned into more trouble than it was worth. Y'all got to admit that quarter pounder with cheese is a fantastic sandwich. I mean they're putting it together well there.
Yeah, they are.
And I'm with Bubba. I still like the old traditional, just 2 cheese and a large fry.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'd find that combo on there. I think it's number 4.
You
Let me tell you this. There was a time when I was a young buck and had metabolism and was having to, people would, there was always work, labor involved with either being sports or whatever. So you could get away with a lot more. And I'm not exaggerating this. There was a day when I was about 15 years old, 14, 15, where I would eat 3/4 pounders in a fry.
What?
Mhm. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Do you remember going to a drive-thru and there was only like 6 to 7, maybe 8 choices? Pulled up to one the other day and it was like 20-something.
Oh, they had to have 2 boards.
I'll take a number 22, please.
Yeah, I thought 8 was too many.
Yeah.
It really should. You should have 5. 5's it. We'll take your phone calls next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy.
9 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Don't forget, we're recording Rick and Bubba University, the podcast today, 10:30 Central Time, and you can be on it. 866 We Be Big. The most memorable moments, the most historic moments in Rick and Bubba history of the last 27 years. That's what we're looking for. That will be our topic on Rick and Bubba University today, and you'll hear it this weekend. But you can be on talking about, hey, I want to discuss this moment in Rick and Bubba history. So you can be part of that. 10:30 Central Time. Adjust to where you are if you would like to be on, in the number 866 We Be Big, the normal number that we use. Let's go to Tennessee. Chad is standing by. Chad, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you today, buddy?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good. How y'all doing?
Fantastic. What part of Tennessee you calling from?
Tennessee. The very northwest corner, Martin, Tennessee.
How do you get the show?
Well, I normally listen to it on the radio on 104.9 KYTN, but I broke my ankle about 4 weeks ago, so I'm laid up on the couch. So I'm watching it on YouTube, and this has been the best part, I guess, of being laid up, is I get to watch the show a little bit longer.
It's a different experience, isn't it, to see it?
Yeah, it is.
Did you like our dancing earlier?
Nah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I know, buddy. You're let down like I was. All right, so Chad, go ahead.
Yeah, y'all were just talking about the Big Mac. Brought back memories. I remember going on U-trips in high school, and I remember when it was $2.99 for the Big Mac meal, and you could biggie size it for $0.25. So of course you'd always biggie size it.
Sure.
And then I think you could pay like another $1.50 for a whole nother Big Mac. So I'd always get two of them, So 2 Big Macs and a biggie fry and a drink for under $6.
Oh man, those were the days.
Those were the days, and it didn't affect your gut near as bad as it does now.
So Speedy's telling me that we're starting to get people saying there are a lot of people in this country that have never eaten a Big Mac ever in their life, never tried it.
No, have not had one. A friend of mine said, I'm 52, never had a Big Mac. He said, I was watching Food That Built America, and they were talking about the burger wars and in that episode. And he said they started breaking down the Big Mac, and I realized, I've never had a Big Mac because I've always chosen the Quarter Pounder. And he said, so I did a survey at work and started asking coworkers, hey, have y'all ever had? And there's a lot more people out there that have never had a Big Mac than you think.
You mean 2 all-beef patty, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles, onion on sesame seed bun?
Rick,
that's good.
Rick, 2 all-beef patty, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, pickles, onion on sesame bun.
I'd like to talk to those people.
Zach, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning, y'all. So y'all were talking about the McRib. Y'all guys like MREs?
No, not unless I have to survive and I'm being attacked by
sometimes,
an overreaching government or something's gone south in Chilton County.
I agree with you. I hate them too. But so when I was in the Marine Corps, we had the brown case MREs, and the McRib's nothing but the prime beef and sauce. That's all it is. I wouldn't eat it then.
A little bit of a mumbler, Zach. You're a little bit of a mumbler. So I didn't follow this. I'm gonna try
it one more time.
I'm gonna try to interpret what you just mumbled. Are you saying that the meat that is in an MRE is the same thing they use on the McRib sandwich?
No, there's a prime beef and sauce. You guys hear me better now? I don't know if it's me, moment, or service. I thought I was talking good.
That's all right. We're gonna have to open that mouth a little more.
Yeah, I tell my kids, open that mouth.
Yeah, open up. Okay, so you're saying that they have a version in the MRE and they call it something else, but it's really just the McRib sandwich.
Exactly.
Oh,
Okay.
that's
there
well
we go.
done, Rick. Give yourself applause
Hey,
or something.
Zach, I had to work a little harder than I should have there. And but
thank you for your service.
Yes, sir. So I thought it might be my Bluetooth, man.
No, you're gonna have to open your mouth up a little more.
I think you're still just hadn't woke up. Good.
Right. That's what it is. Just a little wider. And I do that. I have I'll mumble at times. So I got
chew them up here.
Yeah. And as my hearing gets worse, I'm mumbling more. I got it. I'm letting things trail off. You know what I'm thinking? I guess I finished it.
Here's my Bluetooth. No,
that's not it, Zach. Let's go to Johnny in Pine Level. Johnny, go ahead.
Hey there, how y'all doing today?
Johnny, I understand you have a poem you want to read to us.
Yes, sir. Well, it's kind of a poem and song together. The song and poem goes, so the man said to God, what's 1,000 years to you? God said a second. So the man said to God, what's $1 million to you? God said a penny. So the man said to God, would you give me a penny? God said, wait a second.
Johnny, so you were singing that?
I don't know what to do.
I got you.
I got the joke.
I did
That's
too.
good.
But at one point, I realized, he is trying to sing it a little bit. It was kind of that was.
He got it. He got into it.
He did
towards the end.
To where he started picking it up. He started off kind of like Speedy this morning, and then he
got a little brave.
Let's go to Teddy Joe out of Alabama. TJ, what's up, buddy?
Hey, Grand Acres.
Well, thank you for the call. Glad you heard. Go ahead.
I normally carry it.
Yeah, rolling through Kentucky and listening to you guys talk them cassette tapes.
Oh yes.
I remember 10th grade. My first car had the AM stock radio and had the FM converter mounted on the dash and the 3 on the tree, so I was set, until the cassettes come out. Yeah. The cassettes come out, and then that 66 Mustang, I remember being required a number 2 leaded pencil all the way through school, and I figured that's what it was made for, to keep the slack out of your cassette tape.
I remember number 2.
Roll it.
A million miles from Kentucky. Let's go to Candace out of Alabama. Candace, go ahead.
Hey, that was just one of those strange ones that I've never had a Big Mac.
What's the resistance to that? Why did that never happen?
It just seems large and greasy. I don't even know if I could get my mouth over it. I mean, it's
gracious. Have you ever tried the quarter pounder?
No.
You just a normal hamburger person? You just get the regular, no matter where you go. None of the big burgers.
No. I for McDonald's, I'm a chicken nugget gal.
Never had a Whopper?
I hate to say it.
No.
Can I ask the
Okay, so you always get the chicken.
Can I suggest cutting it in half so you can handle it better?
You never ever cut a Big Mac in half. In no way.
I'd like to ask.
She can't eat it like it is.
No, she says she just goes over to chicken nuggets.
How is the size? I mean, you ever seen?
What are you talking about?
I mean, you ever seen those little mouth people where they got little mouths?
Yes.
Do you have a little mouth?
I'm late. I mean, it would just go every. I don't think I could get my mouth big enough to get it over.
I got you.
The hamburger.
I got you. Yeah, you're just saying too much burger, not enough mouth. I got it. Thank you.
We were all hoping for a sauce issue, maybe too much lettuce.
Right. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah,
I'm gonna ask my buddy.
I know the people that push back on the special sauce. I got it.
I got it. Yeah.
And
sometimes it's just purely presentation and not the taste of it.
Like I said, it bothered me that it didn't have ketchup and mustard on it because that's what I want on the burger.
Yeah. Right.
They were trying to sell me on this burger has onions, lettuce, and a sauce, and that was like, I don't know about that. But I guess for some people it's just too big a burger mountain to climb.
I guess so.
Yeah.
Why?
It is messy.
Just can't get your mouth on it.
How about this?
I bet she struggles at Jimmy John's. That's a big sandwich.
It sounds like to me she's one of these people that needs smaller food.
Yeah.
Yes, that's why I was saying I've met those people before.
Yeah.
Have you ever lost your man card and cut a hamburger in half?
Never. Now, I don't want to do that because I still want to be a man.
Okay.
All right, top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back 6 minutes past the hour. You got Rick and Bubba, 27 years, still at it. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler. We'll continue to take some of your phone calls coming up. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Glad to be here, Rick. Thank all of you for sharing a few hours with us each and every day.
I do have a friend that, and we'll move on to this next story, but I do want to make this one point because I've gotten people that I've known for several years now. They're letting me know they've never had a Big Mac. You know how sometimes you wait on the word from somebody that is an expert in a certain area? You know, this is kind of like back the way we all felt about Fauci at the beginning of the pandemic. This person, who will remain nameless, is a hamburger connoisseur.
Okay.
If you remember, he's the one that took me to that convenience store that said, today you will have the best burger you've ever had.
I love that because I'm all about a good
and
burger.
all he does is go around looking for the greatest hamburger there ever was. He's a hamburger expert in a hamburger.
He's a foodie.
He's a foodie. Here's what he says about the Big Mac. The bun-to-meat ratio just isn't right on the Big Mac. There's too much bread and not enough meat, and that's why I'm against it.
I agree. That extra piece of bread they put between the patties.
He says in his expert
I'm not big
opinion,
into the special sauce either.
Yeah,
I'm just not.
in his expert opinion, the meat-to-bun ratio is off on the Big Mac.
I think he's right.
So
you should actually, because
I'm
the quarter
shocked.
pounder's thicker, you should put the thicker on the Big Mac because there's more bread.
We've had a lot of people asking the question now in their office or their classroom, and I'm shocked at the number of people who have not had a Big Mac to make their own ruling.
Listen to this. Listen to this figure right here.
Head football coach just polled his classroom, homeroom this morning. 10 of 18 people have not had juniors. All juniors in high school. 10 of 18 have not had a Big Mac.
And here's why. I told you, the generation before us was tougher and meaner and accomplished more than we did. But we were still tougher than the generation that is now below us. When we were children, teenagers, whatever, there was none demonizing of fast food.
None.
It didn't exist. No one demonized fast food. No one was afraid of fast food. No one thought they had a weird concept that they would let their children eat fast food when it was allowed by the parents. And if you couldn't drive, you only got to eat what your parents allowed you to have.
You played out in the yard all day,
right.
too. You were very active. Yeah, that's why we're all getting knee replacements now.
But these juniors that you're talking about, they have lived in a world that demonized fast food to children.
Yeah,
they've lived in that world.
Right.
And I think you see the impact.
If you would have polled somebody when we were that age,
it'd been 18 out of 18.
Yeah. There's no doubt about it.
And
have y'all seen when they do this for limited time only, they have a smaller version of the Big Mac? They have like 3 versions that you can pick from for limited time. And then you got the regular, I guess a bigger one, and then a smaller one.
That might have helped our caller, the last one. Who said it was just too big of a burger mountain to climb.
That's on limited time.
So anyway, all right.
I'm beginning to get a little hungry. I don't know about
now
you
we're
guys.
about to leave fast food and go to extremely healthy, and that features the Tom Brady story. Now, the reason why we're covering this today it's twofold. Number one, everybody's obsessed with what Tom Brady is doing because they think, can I be that healthy at his age? And the answer is no. By the way, to me, Tom
Not
Brady.
unless you're a multimillionaire and can hire a cook.
Right. It's like that time I remember I was listening, and it might have been Oprah. I can't remember who it was. Before I knew that she was part of the Kabbalah. Yeah. But the my goodness, this
Rick,
but anyway,
ankle bracelet.
Greg. But I remember listening to this extremely successful, extremely healthy person, kind of giving me a speech about how they lost all their weight and how they went to eating these kind of foods. Come to find out, they had a chef.
Makes a world of
difference.
difference.
Well, for the love of all that's good and kind, if I have a chef that is in the budget that every day the chef prepares for me the things that I need to be healthier, well, yeah. I mean,
Rick, and then when he leaves, my trainer comes and works with me.
Right. I mean,
I could probably pull that off.
But anyway, Tom Brady has this.
Maybe if you chase a chef for the food, you could take care of both at the same time.
So Tom Brady's health routine has been something everyone's interested in because of the health that he's in at the age that he's in, playing a very violent game. And just won a Super Bowl at 42 years old. Is that right?
On a brand new team.
But what brings it to our show is not just that, is he's showing how he does the smoothie, and when he goes to the banana, he does what I've been talking about for years, and he pinches the tip off of it, just like I instructed. Watch it, boom, there it goes. See, he's doing exactly what I was talking about, and throwing away these two ends, because the ends, I'm telling you, can have that banana spider in it.
I'm sure it was a perfect pass too.
Yeah, so
Look at him.
Yeah, you see, he did exactly.
Yeah, look at that follow through.
He's doing the banana pinch.
Has he
He
addressed?
he didn't mean to pinch that much off that one end.
Yeah, he went a little far.
Yeah, he did.
Did he? I mean, you can cut it and get a better cut.
Exactly.
But Rick, did he address why he was doing that pinch, or is it just the end of the banana squished up after he peeled it, or what?
Well, he's
Look at that! Look at that mess he's mixing up.
I'm telling you, it looks fantastic.
He's got it.
No, Rick, it does not look fantastic.
Well, that's not chocolate chips. I must be.
No, it doesn't.
Healthy thing.
Let me ask you this, because he's putting in some ingredients from TB12. Are y'all familiar with this?
No.
His vitamin line?
No.
He has his own vitamin line.
Well, of course he does.
Yeah.
He
It's
should.
called TB12.
Now, let me tell you this.
Well, that's what he needs to do, generate.
So what all's in that? Read that off, Rick.
Blueberries, TB12 protein, so any protein.
Yeah, we're good on that so
Pumpkin
far.
seed.
I'm okay with that.
Banana with the ends. The greatest of all time says he's afraid of spider eggs in the end of his banana, and he did exactly what I told y'all to do years ago when I was laughed at by some people.
And he said he heard it on the Rick and Bubba show.
Electrolytes
on TikTok and ask him why he did that. And see what he said.
Electrolytes, chia seed, don't know what that is. Almond butter, we have that at the house.
That's seeds from Rick. That's seeds from chia.
Yeah, and then hemp milk.
Well, Jenkins would love that.
Hemp milk.
Well, I don't want to know how they get that.
No, I don't.
I wonder what hemp milk tastes like. A rope.
Hey, y'all don't forget he eats my protein ball recipe too.
Yeah.
Well, that's good. Thank you, Speedy.
Thank you, buddy.
I bet it's tough to get milk out of a hemp plant.
If only he'd been as enthusiastic about the disco fever hit of the day as he is that.
He's on fire about that.
But anyway,
does it show him putting the milk in this or no?
Yeah, right at the end.
I want to know about.
I want to know what it looks like. Is it that
Can
must
you
be
just
the
use
electrolytes?
almond milk instead of hemp milk, maybe?
There's the butter.
How do you
maybe.
buy electrolytes?
That's the almond butter right there. There's the milk.
Yeah,
right there.
Or that one right there, yeah.
What is hemp
Why
milk?
can't I just go almond milk?
And what does he put that in a
probably
blender?
can.
Does he put all that in? It looks like he made a salad and put it in a blender.
It does.
Good night.
How about them chia seeds?
Rick, I really expected. I mean, you just don't see him going for the 2 steak and biscuits at the drive-thru, do you?
No, bro.
No, you're not. You're not going to see that, my friend.
Is he going to hit a point when he's done playing and he just lets himself go and just eats like crazy?
Do you realize that? Just think of the world we're living in now with TikTok and all this stuff. 7.9 million views in less than a day.
Just for that.
Of Tom Brady fixing the smoothie.
Just for that.
Somebody scan that and see did they address the banana pinching directly in that? Surely somebody asked the question why he did that.
Yeah, well, I can tell you why.
Well, I know why you say it is, Rick. I just wonder if
I've
he
been
says
saying that for years.
Do you and Tom Brady?
Do you pinch the banana on the ends? Yes or no?
I usually don't.
I cut them off
See there
with a butter knife.
because
You know me.
I'm not a big banana guy.
I'll just tear them up.
I pinch them off, but I don't do it because I'm concerned there's a spider in there. I pinch it off because I just don't like the end for some reason.
Let me tell you this.
I know that's weird, but
you know what though? However, I got you there. You're safe.
I only
Yeah, you're right.
Now that I think about it, I don't. The end that's at the bottom of the stem, I don't. It's just the one at the tip. That's got that.
I leave the bottom tip just in there. I just peel the banana, take off the top, break it off down there at the bottom, and throw it away with it in there.
I'll leave the bottom on because I don't think it's got anything on it. It's the other end, the little pointy end.
The point.
That's one you got to
The
watch
top
out.
is problematic.
What
If
does,
you're going to leave one, leave the bottom.
Yeah.
What does a bottle of multivitamins run nowadays?
Not too much. Over the top.
Just whatever.
$10, $20.
You get the
Depends on what you
T12s,
get.
they're 38.
Yeah.
The what? The what?
The T12s are 38.
TB12 or
Yeah.
T12?
TB12, the Tom Brady brand.
How much?
Yep. $38.
Hello.
I mean, you get to be Tom Brady.
Your phone calls come in at 866 We Be Big. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
20 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're roaring back, taking your phone calls now. Randy's out of Scottsboro listening to us on the Storm. How about it, Randy?
Hey, how you doing?
Good, Randy.
Right.
What's on your mind today, bud?
I just got a couple questions.
Okay.
They got, well, some people call him the president.
Well, he is the president. President Biden. You may not like him, and I certainly
haven't seen him in a while.
Yeah, certainly wish that he was not the president, but officially he is the president.
Okay. All right, he's going to talk today. Is he going to have a teleprompter?
Oh, yeah, I'm sure he will.
Yeah, most of them
Most
do.
all of them do.
So what are we officially?
It ought to be good.
He's gone 50 days with no press conference where you could ask him any question you want.
Yeah, that's it.
It's supposed to be a prime-time speech tonight on the one-year anniversary of the pandemic.
Okay, so it's not State of the Union or anything like that?
No. But it will be heavily on the pandemic because it's technically, I think, one exact year since the World Health Organization declared we got a pandemic.
So they're going to have him,
and about a week from now will be the first year. Will be 1 year when I went and couldn't find toilet paper.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
So remember, they're going to have him very scripted. And in all fairness, all presidents, when they address the nation, use a teleprompter. But he will be. Boy,
he'll get a double dose of meds today.
Well, you know how they say, let's hit some grounders, but let's don't hit the ball real hard.
Right.
Yeah,
we're going to get warmed up. We're
Right.
going to take one to the chin here.
So this will be really slow rolling grounders. It probably won't be very long, and it probably will be well scripted, and he'll be asked to practice it a lot.
Yeah.
And I think he probably will be okay in that environment, but we'll see. Where he struggles is when somebody can ask him anything they want to.
Hey, Joy, it's pandemic.
And he has to think of the things off the top of his head. That's where that's not.
Will we get one Joey story?
He may give one.
Probably
one tonight.
Joy.
Well, he mentioned Scranton and Joey.
Yeah.
I probably say his daddy's going. He's going to make up some speech that his daddy gave him.
Joy.
Well,
They love each other, Joey.
What was his granddaddy's?
Some of the
what was that
groups-
funny name he said that we were laughing about. Said I can't remember.
Some of the groups that support him, he will have to address them in a positive story, or they'll be up in arms the next day.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
So you'll get ready for that.
They love each other, Joey.
Rick, he'll try to get through it. Then they'll bury him for a while back in the basement.
No, you're
Then
right.
they'll bring him back out.
Name me a president that had, if 50 days into their presidency, they have not had a press conference where you could ask them whatever you want.
Probably the first one, I would guess.
Huntsville, Alabama.
I love each other, Joy.
Your name is not on the board, but you're talking about hemp milk to try to tell us what that is. Go ahead.
Hey, gentlemen, how are y'all?
We're good. Randy, go ahead.
Hey, gentlemen, how are y'all?
Good.
Hey, yeah, hemp milk is obtained from pot-smoking goats.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Lynn in
Where's Jenkins when you need him?
in Huntsville.
Jink, I guarantee you.
Jink,
he knows.
weigh in. Lynn, go ahead. Lynn in Huntsville.
Lynn.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Lynn.
You guys have caused total chaos in this country.
Yeah.
What have we done?
You guys realize, because y'all talking about these Big Macs. Everybody that hasn't had a Big Mac, they're fixing to stop up every drive-through in McDonald's everywhere.
Oh, you're right. Well, advertising works here.
That's true.
Absolutely.
Sometimes.
Matter of fact, I'm going to buy stock in McDonald's today.
Yeah, Lynn, you're right. My wife talks about this all the time. She goes, "You realize when y'all talk about stuff on the air that you cause a rush on these things." So good. I'm glad the show works. You advertise with us, the phone rings, people show up. If we talk about something, I had the guy who's new to this, that's new to the whole. I got mentioned on the show. He goes, "Wow, did you mention me on the show?" And I said, "I did. It was just in passing."
Yeah.
He goes, "Well, my Apple Watch is blown up all day long." Yeah. And I said, "Well, that's life. If you got a product you want on the show, we'll move it." Let's go to.
How many times do you think Amanda was called Boogaboo yesterday?
That's exactly what I'm talking
tired
about.
of it.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Let's go to Charles in Birmingham. Charles, go ahead, buddy.
Yes, sir. Monkey Green, Spring Acres.
Thanks for the call, buddy. What's on your mind?
Yes, sir. I was figuring while y'all talking about the Big Macs and food, y'all need to go by the gas station on the way home and get a new candy bar called the Woozy Was It.
Say that again. The Woozy Was It? Are you pulling
The
some?
Woozy Was It.
Are you pulling
It's
some
the
gag?
Woozy. No, it's. I think it's replacing the name of the whatchamacallit. The woozy was it? Look it up.
I think he's acting like he's serious.
He's mad about it now.
I'm looking it up.
All right.
The woozy was it. I never liked the whatchamacallit. That wasn't my bar. I didn't like it.
Chris in Nashville. It was all right. Chris in Nashville, go ahead.
Hey, what's up, gentlemen?
Yeah, what you doing, buddy?
Not a whole lot. Just getting ready to get out here and get to work.
You got to get after it today. Chris, you got to get after it.
The woozy was it? The woozy was it is a real candy bar. It's not replacing whatchamacallit, but it's a version or a variation of it.
Can you tell me what's in it? I know you got to get to the banana, and I want that. But what's in the woozy? Was it? Do you know?
It's minusing. I think it's adding peanut butter. I could be totally off, but I think it's because my wife and I saw them in the aisle, and I said, "What in the world is this?" And so we compared the ingredients. But if I'm not mistaken, the woozy was it has peanut butter in it.
Okay. All right, we can move on to the banana now. Okay, sounds good.
Banana, I totally pinch the banana ends off because of you. Years ago, listening to you guys, and I was always opening the banana from the stiff stem part. And you started talking about this banana spider and all this stuff, and so I started to look this up. Well, then I realized that I was totally opening the banana the wrong way. You're supposed to hold it by the stiff stem because that's the handle, and you pinch the tip off, and then you leave a little bit at the bottom.
That is correct.
By you, and now my whole family does it, and you saved their lives, and I appreciate it.
Saved their lives.
Well, I'm not trying to brag. I don't want to parade or anything, but I think I did a lot of good. And if you think about it, this is kind of an odd thing. And look, stranger things have happened involving this program. We know for a very reliable source, I can't say fact, but a very reliable source says that Tom Brady eats protein balls from a recipe that Speedy's wife produces.
Yes.
That he found out about it and he eats them.
Does it have hemp milk in it?
Trainer or something there on staff that
that
listens to the show
and made them
based off the recipe we have in goodies at rickandbubba.com.
That's right.
And Tom Brady got his hands on them and enjoyed them.
So if that happened, is it far-fetched to say that Tom Brady heard me talking about the pinching of the banana and followed it, and that's how he does it now? You heard Chris say that's where he heard it, and it changed his life, saved his family from eating spider eggs and having spiders in their stomach.
Yeah.
Which I don't think who wants to sign up for that list.
Nobody.
You want spider eggs in your stomach, Bubba?
No. Well, they wouldn't survive long there. It'd be like the Poseidon adventure.
Something hitting them.
Mickey, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
I was saying that I pinch the ends off the bananas because they seem bitter to me. But now, after hearing this conversation, are they bitter because of the spider eggs?
Yes. Yes, they are. No wonder it tastes different. It's got spider eggs in it.
That's right. That's right.
So there we go. I mean,
What a good show.
You know what I would say too when it
This
comes
show
to
does some good.
when it comes to peeling a banana, I would watch the experts. We always talk about the experts. I'd watch how a monkey does it.
Have you noticed how they do
they're
it?
good at
We
it.
talked about that on
I
there.
haven't.
They
I
do
haven't.
not do it the way humans do it. They come from the top down and hold the handle.
The handle being the stem where it was on the bunch.
They do not peel them by the stem. They peel
Really?
them from the top down.
Yeah.
How do they do that, though? How do you get it started?
With their powerful hands.
And if you don't like it, they'll just eat your face off.
They will.
Yeah, I mean, go to the pros on this, right? I mean, a monkey ought to know.
Yeah, they know. We'll come back. I'll tell you what happened to me yesterday. Greg, you're not going to like this at all.
Oh, boy.
And it's, sometimes people have to learn certain social things that we don't do. Bottom of the hour, more Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Allform.com/Bubba. Teaming up with the Rick and Bubba Show. And, of course, we love the chair that we got. We have down at the farm from allform.com/Bubba. And they delivered it right to the farm, which was fantastic. And they're made here in America. Handmade, high-quality furniture. They do that in beautiful North Carolina. And you pick the fabric, the color, the leg types, plus, they have sofa sizes and shapes all the way up to the 8-person sectional. And they'll design it, and all their fabrics are spill, stain, and scratch resistant. You're going to love that if you got small kids and or pets. So don't worry about that. And they send them to you. Whatever you pick out, you customize it any way you want. And then you've got 100 days to love it. And then if you don't, full refund, free returns, they handle it. So you got nothing to lose. But I'm telling you, you're going to love this furniture. The quality of it, the ability to customize it, and the fact that they send it right to you. And everything that you get at allform.com/Bubba will now be at 20% off because of our URL, and they will come with a forever warranty. That's allform.com/Bubba. Save 20% off everything and anything. And then there's also that same link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So let me tell you what happened yesterday. So, we have to be careful, when you're making new friends, because you never know, if people understand kind of the way we do things. I thought this was universal. We've all talked about as we're getting a little older, we try to do better, we try to do things, try to eat a little better, try to move around. Mm-hmm. So, my goal every week, and of course, y'all know me, I'm very quirky, so you'll know why these things are. And we talked about it yesterday, something about Tuesday, Thursday that we pull out of it. Some about Tuesday, Thursday, okay? But so when I do what would be considered, the old man version of some kind of workout, and I go to a place where I'm held accountable, they have the workout planned out, you do it, and I do it with a group of people like a class. And my goal is I do that Monday, Wednesday, and Friday.
Okay.
And of course, sometimes now with being on the road a little bit, doing the man church stuff, the Fridays get a little tougher because I usually have to leave before the workout. Because the way they do the workouts at these places, the times they offer before 3 o'clock in the afternoon won't work with what we do for a living. Because by the time we're done and you get there, that's when they take their break for the people who work there to go do their lunch, to go see their family, because a lot of times they're teaching classes all the way to 7, 8 o'clock at night. So they have a big gap in the middle of the day, which we can't use. So 3 o'clock is the earliest option for me. So I'm a 3 o'clocker. We and that class is special. You can't everybody be a 3 o'clocker, and I'm kind of the voice of the 3 o'clock, and I have my place where I go and work out. Everybody knows not to get there, not to go near it. That's my place over in the corner, and I was at church on Sunday, and one of the people in the 3 o'clock class that's more my age or maybe even a little older, going by, and this was perfectly normal, he said, "Hey, see you Monday," because I'm normally there on Monday, and that's fine. Hey, man, I'll see you Monday, okay? So I don't do Tuesday and Thursday for 2 reasons. One of them is Tuesday is partner workouts, and I will not do a partner.
You don't like a partner workout?
I will not do a partner workout.
Me and Speedy used to do partner
Look, there's been
we had a deal. We cut a deal.
There's been an investigation. There's people there they've tried to say, Rick, you must. Why won't you do it? I said, I don't want to do a partner workout. I don't want to work out with somebody else. I don't want to do that.
They're gonna count your reps.
I don't want to do that thing because they even have some things where you do burpees in sync with each other.
No,
you and I are jumping down the side. I don't want to share my workout experience with another person, meaning we're in the same workout together. I'll be in the class, but I don't want to have a partner.
Partner days.
Do you remember we had to do air squats looking at each other?
Yeah, that felt weird.
See, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So I
really don't like that.
So I will not do a Tuesday. Tuesday is out unless they change it to something else. Okay?
Watch some sneak partner days.
Thursday is dicey. Went away from Thursday because it was more of a gymnastics feel.
Well, then you need some of that.
A lot of like
tumbling,
pull-ups, and toes to bar, and
How are you on pull-ups?
I'm horrible, terrible.
Yeah. I had to get that big strap out.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So I don't do Thursday. So I'm Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Okay, you have the build, you have the weight work, you love the partner, you have the warm up, You have the build, and then you have whatever the energy portion of it is that day. And that means this is our
so many
work.
rounds.
Yeah.
And,
oh, boo.
And so I got people I draft.
RX?
I got people I draft with. I got people that do whatever, all that. So this guy, our friendship is relatively new, and he broke a major rule yesterday. Major rule. So I didn't come on Monday because I ended up having something the afternoon I forgot about, and by the time I got out of it, it was already time for the class to start, so I just went on home.
And there was rumor of a partner workout.
Well, look, I think they're going to try to throw me a curve one day.
Yeah, I know I would if I was running it.
Right. So,
Hey, Rick.
as you know, there's people there, which we all have to have in our life, accountability. And so one of the coaches there, Blake, it's not my son, Blake, but
right.
He's on me all the time about don't drift, you need to be here. Hey, where were you? All that. Well, the classes this time of year, because the weather's getting perfect, they get a little bigger, so it's easier to kind of hide in there and kind of get over and all this. So this is so I get there, and I know that when I showed up on Wednesday, I'm hoping that he doesn't know I didn't come Monday. Talking about the coach.
Yeah.
Okay, because he doesn't teach it every time. But he's kind of like the head guy. He and the other guy are they're the Rick and Bubba of this place.
Yeah.
They're equal partners. I don't know what their arrangement is, but they're the guys running it. And he goes and actually coaches, where the other one kind of is more on the sports side than the team side. This guy does old people workouts, or those of us that just do a normal workout. And he has other coaches, but he's the main one. Okay, he's the one that gets after me. Okay,
yeah,
you can't hide from him.
No. So I walk in. And I'm trying to avoid him, okay? And because I didn't come Monday. So he walks past me. Hey, man, how's it going? I realize he has no idea I wasn't there Monday.
Okay? You're in the clear.
Because he's being nice to me. He's not saying anything. But he's real quick. He gets, if this guy had waited 30 seconds longer, this guy would have been out of the gym and gone.
Oh, boy.
He gets this far from the door, and the guy from church goes, hey, man, where were you Monday? And I said, well,
shut up.
And all of a sudden, zip, the coach turns around. You didn't come Monday? And I looked at him. I said, hey, thanks, Richard. I mean, I looked at him. I said, what are you doing? And he goes, man, I'm so sorry. I really just wonder where you were. I said, he was almost out the door. You don't ask me that in front of the coach. I mean, if you want to let him get out the door and be gone, then we can talk about it. You just threw me under the bus.
What about a nice friendly text later on?
Yeah. I mean, you
or why do you care where I was at Monday? How about that? I'm here today.
Well,
it's not important.
Well, Rick, did you say did they? Are we talking about you or somebody else? I'm sorry how you phrased it.
No, it's me.
It was you.
I've admitted it was me.
So did you say, no, you must be mistaken?
Well, I was in a trap.
Or no, where were you Monday?
Yeah, I was. My first thing was, and it was just instinctive. And by the way,
where were you Monday?
Yeah, how about this? Back to Steve Martin.
That's believable.
You're asking me. You're asking
and
me.
then slam the door and go.
Yeah, you're asking me where I was Monday. Is that what you're asking? Where I was? Where you were Monday and I was?
No, it's just where were you?
Where were you Monday? Of course, he was in the class.
Right. I did move class Monday.
But my first reaction, and it is sinful. My first reaction, which is flesh, I said, you must not have seen me.
Yeah, you wanted.
I was over in my corner because I wanted Blake to leave. I wanted him to go because now he's turned around coming back. And then finally I said, yeah, I wasn't here Monday. Undoubtedly Richard wants to make sure you know that. And so I was not here Monday. I had a conflict and time got away from me. I didn't make it. See, because I know what he's going to say then. Well, then you're going to have to do Thursday. And I'm just like.
How was Richard's tone when he asked? And the reason I ask this is Richard trying to keep you accountable by simply going, hey, I missed you, doing it on purpose, but hey, I missed you. But this is his way of keeping you accountable, but not having to be the guy that's going to turn around and actually do it. Was it intentional? Is what I'm asking.
His tone had a tone of interest, meaning I wonder why you weren't here.
Okay.
But then there was in there a nice dose. Like if you're looking at the smoothie that Tom Brady made,
yeah,
he threw in just I'm kind of interested where you were because Sunday at church you said you'd see me. So there's a little bit of that in there, but he definitely threw in my opinion, a higher degree of hey, you should have been here.
That's what I was getting at.
It was in there.
Okay,
that tone was there,
right.
And that's what drew the coach back.
And I appreciate that.
Yeah. Well, of course, it got me in trouble.
Sure.
So you have to go today?
That's what we need, right?
And so what I did then is I now made an announcement to the entire 3 o'clock class, and I made an example out of Richard. I said, by the way, what Richard just did can't happen. We don't do that to each other. I said, the 3 o'clockers have got to stick together. And he got real apologetic. He said, I'm so sorry. I said, yeah. I mean, you didn't even think that through. 30 more seconds. Just 30 more seconds.
They were clear there.
And the coach would have been gone. 30 seconds. And you and I could have had this conversation. I said, then now you've thrown me on the bus. Now I'm going to get a lot of text. I'm going to have to get in an extra workout probably. He's going to walk over to my station today. And he did. How many times do you think he checked on me?
Did you try to
bunch. Can we go back to
No,
this
he
is
came over and adjusted something I was doing. He hadn't done that in months.
You were trying to draw
he came over and said, no, come here, you're not doing that right here. And he starts getting my legs at a different angle, which, of course, puts more stress on me the way it's supposed to be. And I'm doing, when you do it correctly, it's harder.
No rep.
Yeah, that's not how you do that. He hadn't done that in months. That's on Richard.
He give you a no rep.
Was a strength portion, because I saw something, was it squats?
It was squats. And I was fine there because I can squat.
Yeah.
Where I got in trouble is when we were doing the core stuff, because that's where I'm not so strong. And I try to, when we're doing things where we're holding certain core things, I'm gonna get my legs a little more comfortable, and he take a little more stress off Tubbalicious.
Yeah.
And he came over and adjusted my legs, so I'd be in more of a strain, and that's on Richard.
Does he throw back to Monday when he's
Of
correcting?
course he did.
Okay.
You're gonna have to really give a lot today since you weren't here Monday.
Let's go back to the special class side of things that you run and the leader here. So, like, if I wanted to come Monday, Wednesday, Friday, I can't just show up and do this class. Like, you have some control. I need to know more about that.
I have control on whether you'll be welcome.
Okay.
You're going. They'll look to me going, well, how do we treat this new guy?
Okay.
And I'll say, no, I think he's
I don't
okay.
think you got to worry about that at all.
Right.
But
I tell you what you won't do, though, is go to my spot.
Okay.
He got you on the spot.
And I know exactly where it is.
Right. I had to remove a guy from my spot one day. And everybody, but the 3 o'clock was a turn on. That's Rick's spot. You can't be there.
Did you start with you must not know?
I said, hey, you must be new to the class. He goes, yeah, I'm normally one of the morning guys. I said, well, now this is afternoon. This ain't morning. And I said, this may be your spot at the 8 o'clock or 5 o'clock class in the morning, but at the 3 o'clock class, that's my spot. And he moved. All right, so we're back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
8 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba University, the podcast today. You can participate. You are our guest, talking to you, the audience. So at 866-WE-BE-BIG, use that number. 10:30 Central Time today, we record. And our topic today, your most memorable or favorite moments in Rick and Bubba history of the last 27 years. We'll unpack them, maybe give you some tidbits you may not have known about that historic moment. But that's our topic today, 866-WE-BE-BIG. You can be part of it at 10:30 Central Time today when we record that. Also, Bubba, just in passing, before we get to this update that you have for us, the Who's a What's It is chocolatey crisp, and peanut butter candy bar. So the guy said that that maybe the adding of the peanut butter makes it different than a whatchamacallit. So it does appear that is in there. And I know we've been waiting on that update, so there it is. All right, so we have an update on COVID and overall health, all right?
Numbers out here today. I'm going to try to combine these and make them simple to understand. The CDC has its latest report out on average life expectancy in the United States, Rick. The last year that this data is completed on is 2018, okay, because they're always, have to figure it in the rear. I don't know if they'll do 20 anyway because of the pandemic. Who knows how that'll play in.
Right.
Average.
You're right. Yep.
In the U.S., the average lifespan is 78.7 years, okay? What state do you think is the best state to live in if you want to live longer?
Montana.
Close, Rick. Hawaii.
That's not close to Montana.
I mean,
yeah, that's close, Rick. I thought you were saying Wyoming.
I'm
in the South Pacific.
I'm in as far as relaxation. 81 if you live in Hawaii.
Hey, hi. And so what's the average again, 78?
78.
Wow. That's a big number.
The lowest lifespan in the U.S. is if you live in West Virginia, around 74.4 years.
Wow.
But overall in the 70s to high 70s.
Bubba, but high 70s? That's an incredible number.
Women live longer than men in every single state.
You know that.
Living on average 6.2 years longer in New Mexico and as low as 3.8 years longer in Utah. Among adults who made it to age 65, their life expectancy ranged from living an additional 17.5 years in Kentucky to living another 21.1 years in Hawaii.
How about that?
So there's your latest. I mean, we've always said,
but that's a good number.
80 is a great goal, and then you hope to go further than that. I mean, look at Betty White.
Yeah,
she's a great example.
Right.
We have a lot more numbers in on the COVID. We're more data. We've been able to look at all this. Eli Lilly has a combination of drugs, their antibody drug, which we've talked about here on the show. A new study in on that says if you get that antibody treatment early during COVID-19, it reduces the chance of hospitalizations and deaths by 87%. 87%. That's just because it doesn't let the virus multiply.
Jump in early on. Do not do steroids early on.
It arrests it early. Also, Rick, they say, and they're not sure why in this, they've been doing another study about aspirin. Aspirin is probably the most used drug in the history of mankind, and they say that people who were taking an aspirin suffered, on average, 29% less infection rate from COVID-19. Not even sure why that happened, but they said there was definitely a trend there. They are looking into it.
How
about that? So that's good.
I need to start taking a baby aspirin, by the way.
Yeah, I don't know
if they backed off on that.
I don't know if it's what age, 40, 50. Do you remember when they
I don't. I remember the baby aspirin thing, and I'm with you, Greg. It seemed like they came back and rethought that. I know that if you take an adult thing of aspirin, it can eat through the lining of your stomach.
It was the baby when you take it every day just for preemptive
there was
measures.
a study last year, something about if you've had, I can't remember.
Do I need to be taking the baby aspirin or not?
I don't think
I am
so.
43. That's what I want to know.
I do not know.
I would ask your doctor.
I don't know the answer to that.
I need to check up too, Bubba. Thanks for that reminder.
Rick, I do want to handle or report on this case too because we're already getting emails about it. A woman in Utah died just 4 days after receiving her second dose of the Moderna vaccine. She is a 39-year-old, appeared to be in good health with no other issues. They said she took the second dose on Monday, February the 1st. By Friday evening, she had passed away. And they are looking very closely, of course, at this case. She's going to have an autopsy done, but said she began to feel nauseated and sick right after getting the shot, and like I say, she had passed away 4 days later. Not sure if there's any relationship to getting the shot, but they are taking a hard look at it.
I see them saying that while side effects from the vaccine are common, death has been incredibly rare. But I'm not saying this is nothing to be concerned about. We'll see. But people die from the flu shot as well. And we know someone personally that the flu shot took their life, and it was the flu shot that did it. But it doesn't happen very often. But there's always a risk that an individual could have a catastrophic reaction to any vaccine, really.
Well,
any that we have.
Yeah, hopefully
but it's rare.
With the autopsy, they'll be able to take a close look at that because we need to know. And what was the number yesterday? We've had 31 million who have been, vaccinated with 2 shots or the full treatment. And, these type issues have been very limited. So I still think in the numbers game, it still qualifies as safe. But we do want to look at this and be sure we've covered all the bases. Find out what the deal was.
Yeah, because there may be something that we'll find out about her health that others who would be in a similar situation may not need to take it. So it's important to know. Or it could be hey, you just never know. Top of the hour, 866-WE-BE-BIG, but you must look into it, though. We'll get more of your phone calls next hour, have other stories to cover. If you're leaving us, then we'll, Lord willing, talk to you again tomorrow on another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. But if you have more today, stick around. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Okay, let's talk about something that we like to talk about on the Rick and Bubba Show, and that is food. I know, look, we're all worried about America's food supply, and the far left, now in power, they're anti-business. We don't like that. They will not hesitate. They've already proven it to shut down the nation's economy. So when that happens, food sometimes can be difficult and hopefully not, but could be impossible to get. That's why we highly recommend that you go ahead and stock up on emergency food right now. Running out of food is not something we want to experience, so don't wait. Start building your supply of emergency food that lasts for up to 25 years. See, there's the key. So it's there when you need it. We strongly recommend My Patriot Supply. This is America's leader in self-reliance, and now more than ever, we need to be self-reliant. They're the only source that we use for our emergency food planning, and right now, we're going to save you $50 off a 4-week supply of these delicious meals that give you 2,000 plus calories a day and that's what you'll need to survive in a bad situation. And saving $50 is impossible to pass up. So supplies are limited, so I want you to know that. So go to this URL, preparewithrickandbubba.com. Preparewithrickandbubba.com and stock up now. That's preparewithrickandbubba.com. Six minutes past the hour from the broadcast plaza and teleport. Welcome to Rick and Bubba. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler. Team Rick and Bubba all here today. Welcome back for a brand new hour. There's Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us.
All right, so is this a wacky world?
Yeah, I'm afraid it is.
A look around the wacky.
Ooh, baby.
Oh, baby.
Making me crazy.
It's making me crazy.
Every time I look around
the wacky world. Every time I look around.
I feel good.
Rick, Anaheim, California, a man is on trial for the murder of his wife that he is accused of putting her body on the family's couch and telling the children that she was drunk so that they could open Christmas gifts.
What?
Officials say that William Wallace and his wife, Zazelle Preston.
Did I just hear a guy named William Wallace?
He's not acting right.
Had gone to a Christmas Eve party the night before, according to the Orange County Register. After the get-together, a neighbor said that they heard the couple arguing later that night. Prosecutors said Wallace admitted to a member of his wife's family, "We were drinking, and during the argument, I tossed her around a bit." That's a quote.
Yeah. Head hit a table.
He also told the family that his wife tried to run away, but he caught her and brought her back into the apartment. The next morning, prosecutors say, Wallace dragged Preston's body from their bedroom to the couch, put sunglasses on her face, and told the children, "Mommy ruined Christmas." She got drunk and ruined Christmas. The children, aged 3 and 8 at the time, also opened their presents in front of their mother.
Oh, my goodness. Or better said, their mother's body.
Didn't neighbors say they heard him yell, "You may take my life, but not my freedom"?
Greg.
That's different.
William Wallace.
Police say that when they arrived with paramedics, Preston was still on the couch. Blood was found throughout the apartment. They also saw holes in the wall and a door that was knocked off its hinges.
Good gracious. So,
not a very Merry Christmas.
We're even because I didn't give him much on the ESPN story. I was trying to tell him about this the other day, and he didn't give me anything.
I know I did. I don't know what it was. It just didn't grasp me.
Wallace said that Preston died after she tripped and fell on a glass table while she was drunk. The irony
goes with that drunk story again.
The irony of this too was that Preston had been studying to become a domestic violence counselor.
You're making that up. That somebody threw that in.
Wallace is charged with first-degree murder and faces 25 years to life in prison if convicted.
Probably not the guy you want to call in for having issues.
No. Well, it was her that died of it that was studying, but
oh wow! So she
that was the she that was studying.
Ooh.
Oh wow!
She should have maybe have seen the warning signs, huh?
Well, it's the part about bringing her body in there and let's roll on with Christmas.
Look, kids. Yeah, that's bad.
What if? How old are the kids? Is it
3 and 8? I think
3 and 8 when it happened.
Let me tell you, the 3-year-old, thankfully, probably is not going to remember it.
No.
But the 8-year-old, whenever you start trying to do stories about bad Christmases you had growing up, he's just going to sit quietly and wait till everybody's finished and say, "Well, I got one."
Yeah,
he's going to be the mean monster of
Christmas. He'll be undefeatable.
Yeah,
that's awful and horribly traumatic.
So we're just going to go with a plan, and this is what I was thinking about. We're gonna sit Mom up, throw some shades on her, and say that she's just sleeping.
I'm just gonna try to get through Christmas, and I'll deal with it later.
And just because she's trying to, wake up and get over her drunkenness the night before.
Wow, that's bizarre.
That's our plan.
Yeah, I think if we really look at it, there's a lot of lessons here, and I think we can also say Daddy ruined Christmas.
Yeah.
But I think
tried to save it in a sick way,
in an ill attempt, but yeah.
But I think you go back once again at classification point A, we're getting rowdy and over drinking, and it's there's a reason why you don't lose your faculties. Now, is this guy some bad guy no matter what? I don't know, but it sounds like this contributed to the scene.
Did y'all see his mugshot?
Okay,
it's a different
it's
a different William Wallace.
Oh, okay. I thought it was that one too, Adler.
Please look on TV3. So anyway.
The Fouch back in his playing days.
Oh my goodness!
He didn't pitch on the baseball team.
So he was a point guard.
So he's on ESPN because they're talking about when we can get back to stadiums, and I'll get us into this other story we have after some calls or whatever. But they're having Fauci on, and I noticed that Stephen A. Smith. They show a video of him taking the vaccine. How do we deem sports people to be moving to the front of the line, to be there with those that were most susceptible to death? How does look, guys? We don't want to live in a world where the people who do sports commentary haven't had the vaccine.
Well, I hate to say this, but
I could understand.
I think they fall under essential worker like we do. I think we could get it now if we wanted to.
Yeah, I know, but that I kind of feel the same way about us. I'm not sure but I mean, let's just say since we do some news and we were on the air during 9/11, we've been on the air during the pandemic, updating you. Does a sports commentator, what do you ever say, guys? The nation is in an emergency status. Turn on ESPN. I mean,
see what Stephen A. thinks.
Let's see what the sports commentators have to say about our country being under attack.
I don't think on the big picture, and I may be wrong.
They just got lumped in. And nobody thought it through.
They're doing broadcasting. One big thing. They don't.
But you see the logic.
Well,
yeah.
Mm-hmm. Hello.
I just don't. I didn't do that. Did you turn on ESPN when you found out the buildings were on fire? No. And they'd crashed the plane.
So I see your point. Absolutely.
I did, But no, because what they're saying is people need to be able to bring information to people in an emergency type situation, so we consider them to be essential. We had little things said this show is essential.
Yeah.
I know that's a stretch.
That's funny.
But I mean, but at least we have a history of we're done with talking about Big Macs, and we're now going to wall-to-wall coverage of the attack on America. Did ESPN do that? I mean, is Stephen A. sitting there saying, we believe it was a terrorist attack, we think the planes were hijacked? I mean, did everybody go to ESPN for that? I mean, really, we just gave a vaccine to a guy that gives you scores and does he think this player's going to be better than Michael Jordan? I mean, they're obsessed with that scenario.
You're going to get that at least once a month.
I looked up a minute ago, and there's a discussion of Dak Prescott. If he's better, it's going to be as good as Tom Brady. I mean,
Michael Irvin, speaking of Stephen A., said on his show that he felt like he has the potential, if the weapons are around him, that he can do what Tom did. That's what Michael Irvin said.
Go to 10 Super Bowls?
Whoa, in one season or throughout his whole career?
So
that's just what. Is he simply talking about the Tampa Bay season?
Please
tell me he's not talking about a career.
That's just what yeah. I just saw the blurb, and I saw that, speaking of Stephen A., I was bringing in Michael Irvin.
I can live with the Buccaneers went out and got Tom Brady, and they put the people around him he needed, a good defense, all that, to win the Super Bowl. And I think if they do the same thing for Dak Prescott, he could too. Now, I can live with that.
Yeah.
But we cannot start saying that Dak Prescott has the potential to be the next Tom Brady.
Yeah.
We don't have that person in the league right now.
Right.
That's a lofty comment.
As good as the numbers have been and what he's accomplished at New England, stood on their own. Excuse me. My breath was taken away thinking about it. But when you go to a team that was as bad as Tampa Bay last year, 7-9, and you carry them to a Super Bowl win, that is amazing. That is the cherry on top, my friend.
And our discussion,
no matter what happens here on out.
And our discussion on who we thought would have the best season, Cam Newton with the Patriots or Tom Brady with the Buccaneers. Tom Brady won that going away.
Yeah.
It was a 60-point blowout.
You can't beat I won the Super Bowl.
No. Versus we didn't even make the playoff.
Right. Yeah.
All right, Michael Irvin thinks that Dak Prescott is the closest thing to Tom Brady in the league.
Has he been watching?
He was on Stephen A.'s podcast, I believe.
So did they give him the vaccine? He's having some kind of reaction or something?
Or did the set fall and hit him in the head?
We'll take phone calls next.
Rick and Bubba.
Bubba Show, and we got lines available, and you can get in here and let's chat. Whatever's on your mind at 866-WE-BE-BIG as the lines are making themselves available for you to get in. Don't forget, if you want to be part of Rick and Bubba University, and we're not that far away if you're listening live, we're going to record that at 10:30 Central Time today, and you are our guest. You can call us at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Our topic, the most memorable, or your favorite moments, our moment, in Rick and Bubba history of the last 27 years. And Bubba and I can give you some insight on that moment as we discuss. So 866-WE-BE-BIG. And even if it's busy, keep trying, because if people are kind of repeating the same ones, and there are some that'll be pretty prominent, then we'll go to another caller that will give us something different. And we hope that everybody has a different moment. So if one of them gets a lot of the same calls, we'll clear those out. So 866-WE-BE-BIG, 10:30 Central Time for Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, and then that'll be available to you this weekend. Lines are available for you to join us. Let's start with, what do you think on line 9 there? Fayreem?
Give it a shot, Rick.
Rogersville.
Fayreem, you got 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm calling about the testosterone.
How do you say your name? Fayreem?
It's Fayreem.
Yeah. All right. Go right ahead.
I don't have a middle name. That's the only name I got.
Understood.
So, I married a husband. He's a farmer. He's a big guy, 6'3". He weighs about 400 pounds. And he was getting all moody on me, like crying like a girl, get all upset if I said a little word. His feelings got hurt and all this kind of stuff. I said, you're going to the doctor.
Yep.
And get your testosterone checked.
Yep.
Well, he went. The doctor came in after the blood test and said, well, you've got the testosterone of a little girl, 103.
Boy.
Big guy, they're manly men, they're farmers. tore him up.
Yeah, breaks your
all
heart.
day long. That's all he thought about.
Did you get him back right? Did you get him some supplements or start taking him shots?
Yes, yes. The doctor here in Florence, he is a hormone specialist, and he gave him a shot that day, and so we've been giving shots ever since.
So could you see a difference?
Oh yes, yes.
Like in what way?
Like no more emotional. Nobody wants a whiny husband.
No.
Yeah, he had more energy, and it also helps your muscles, your heart, anything in you like that. And he felt better. He got to feeling better. He wouldn't get his feelings hurt every time I said something to him.
Yeah.
And
that's good.
I knew it was something wrong because he was acting like a woman.
I know.
I'm like,
well, I was about to say,
you need to go.
I'm glad you said you had to say that, but I hope that you were able to see what it's like to have to walk on eggshells around your spouse, and nobody wants that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Greg wants to know what kind of shot he got.
It's speedy.
Well, it's a testosterone shot. I don't know what it has in it.
But
But
you
it's all
said he had a lot
natural.
more energy?
Oh, yeah.
So there it is. See,
There it
speedy.
is.
See?
Greg, just
Bubba's
get the
disco
shot.
fever hit would have been a lot different today if you go get that check.
That's on me. That's on me.
Luke in Columbus, Mississippi. Listen to us on 96.1. Luke, go ahead.
Yes, sir. How you guys doing?
Good.
Great.
All right, so I am a CrossFit gym owner here in Columbus, and I couldn't help but I had to call in. You're talking about the accountability in your gym and having that issue with Richard. Richard, bless your heart. We appreciate you. CrossFit gym owners, we appreciate Richard. And so, but I want to bring perspective to this. There's another level, okay, that you may not be thinking about. I'll be in a store, Walmart, Kroger, whatever. I'll see one of my members from an aisle down, and you can tell there's something in that shopping cart they don't want me to see.
No, you're right about that.
Okay, and when I say they hustle to get away from me, I wish they would have that kind of hustle in class.
Right. Look, I know exactly. I know, but y'all are, look, when we have to turn our food in, y'all are mean. I mean, I can't. Do y'all ever give a perfect score ever? I mean,
Well, there's always room for improvement.
I got you. All right. Well, we appreciate what you do, man. Thanks for the accountability. We all need it.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. Appreciate you guys.
See you, buddy.
I would send Blake from time to time, Rick, there where you go. I would send him what I ate, and I thought, well, he'll
love
come
this.
back with the standing. I tell you what, I'd like for you to replace this with that next time.
I'll tell you,
Really? That's it?
The worst one when I sent him
Come on.
when I was doing the food journals, and I sent him what I thought was a very healthy cereal. His reaction to cereal.
Oh,
matter of fact, he just said, "I'll tell you what. The next picture you send me is a picture of that in the trash." He said that's nothing but meaningless calories. That do you a bit of good. I was like, empty calories.
Empty calories.
Well, it's got a picture of like a piece of fruit on the front of it.
It's got weed in it.
Let's go to Ross in Ohatchee. Ross, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
I just want to know where I can find the car wash thing y'all played before. Or what y'all are for the car wash?
Yeah, Car Wash Joe. Car Wash Joe is on the Hey Buddy, You're Broadcasting CD. I do not believe there's any hard copies of it left. But if you go to iTunes and Google Rick and Bubba, you will find the Car Wash Joe bit under all of our Rick and Bubba stuff. But the CD you're looking for is Hey Buddy, You're Broadcasting.
There it is.
There it is. So it's on that CD. No hard copies of that left, but all of our CDs are available in the digital. Is that what I call it? The digital world.
Yeah.
Let's go to Jamie in Prattville. Jamie, welcome to Rick and Bubba. 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Jamie.
Hey guys, good morning. Rick, I just want to talk about something you said with Tom Brady.
Yes.
And nobody being in the league that was as good as him.
Right.
My opinion, in just a few years that he's been in the league, is that Patrick Mahomes is I believe, just as talented, and I think that he could be just as good as Tom Brady.
Well, we'll see. As far as having the potential to be, I agree with you. But, again, we got a long way to go to get there.
Yeah,
but I agree with you.
If we look at Super Bowl championships, this one where they were head-to-head, and because Kansas City lost, it's going to be hard for him to catch him now in numbers. I mean, he might. And I admit, I think that probably Mahomes, day in and day out, is probably the best quarterback in the NFL. But to do what Brady has done the whole goal is to win the Super Bowl. That's why you're there. That's why you play. And his record is just hard to beat.
It is, and his body of work and how he stayed so consistent for so many years and is still consistent.
Yeah.
So Mahomes has got a big mountain to climb, but I agree with you. He probably has the skill set to do it, but there's so many other factors when it comes to football, injuries, and there's just a lot to overcome and get around. But maybe. Let's go to Melanie. Melanie, welcome to Rick and Bubba out of Hoover on ZZK. Go ahead.
Green Acres.
Hey, thanks for the call. What's on your mind?
I had the first round of the Pfizer shot yesterday. I talked to a lot of people who've had Moderna and Johnson & Johnson. Just wondering if you've heard any variation, Bubba, or anybody in different sicknesses or symptoms related to which one they took.
All I know, I don't have a big body of work. My parents, who are 79 and 80, took Moderna, and they had no issues at all.
Yeah, I would say the vast majority of people who I know personally had absolutely no problem with either one.
But again, I don't have a very big number on that. And I know some people say they felt sick for a day,
sleepy,
and that kind of stuff. And some were really sick for like a day, but not more than a day.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're back. We'll get some of your phone calls again coming up after we hit a few stories here. Hey, are you looking to make a hire right now? It really doesn't matter, if you've had to make a lot of adjustments. And I've talked to people that work for companies that would not let them come back into the office, and they've been working from home for 1 year. And they've been told they probably won't ever come back to the office. They'll probably just do it this way going forward. So, but that really doesn't matter. If you're making adjustments with your workplace, one thing remains the same no matter what you're doing, and that is the hire that you're about to make is either going to make your company better or worse. So it's pretty important that you don't waste time chasing after potential employees that are not the kind of employee that you're working for. It's not the skill set you're looking for. So what LinkedIn.com/Bubba will do is they have an active community of professionals with more than 722 million members worldwide, and what they do is they go ahead and screen based on the criteria you sent them, and then when you get to your role in front of the people that they'll place it in front of, they've already put it in front of an audience that meets the criteria you're looking for, and now you're just looking for the best of that crop. Saves you a lot of hassle, and it helps you make a great hire. And right now, your first job post will be free as a listener of this show. So go into LinkedIn.com/Bubba. It is free for the first post, and see how well it works. That is LinkedIn.com/Bubba. All right, so Bubba, some other things to cover before we get back to some phone calls before we're out of here.
Well, there were several things, Rick. One, famous people who may be getting into politics. There's been a push for Matthew McConaughey to run for governor of Texas. Have you seen that?
I have heard.
He is slow walking that for sure, but a lot of people are talking about that.
Not sure what qualifications he has, but yeah.
Well, and in Georgia, Donald Trump wants Herschel Walker to run for Senate.
Okay.
They just had their 2 Senate elections. One of them was a full term. One of them was filling a vacancy. And I think that'll come up in next year. So it's only a 2-year term, so they'll start running next year.
Well, I know we had him on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. It was a great interview. And here I go, about to step out and cause trouble for everybody. But I feel pretty confident about it. And it'll be easy to check. And probably I should have checked it before I said it. Gridironmen.org or gridironmen.com. I think Herschel Walker is speaking at the Gridiron Conference this summer. There's a thumbs up. Okay, I'm getting affirmation, and I look forward to that. I'm going to be part of the lineup again this year because last year was a pandemic year. So some of us that usually get staggered every other year, we're all coming back, and so we can get in front of a full crowd. Jonathan Evans will be there, and also Gary Chapman and Herschel Walker. So that'll be kind of cool.
Mm-hmm.
And of course Charles Billingsley. You talk about somebody. Can you imagine the way he may dress in front of Herschel? I'm already dreading it.
Well,
there it is.
Herschel
There's Herschel right there.
Herschel's
Boom.
very conservative, and I think we would like his views, the way he would represent Georgia in the Senate. And he is a favored son, but because he's conservative, how will that play?
Yeah. Well, he's been declared that he's not black because he's conservative.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm not sure
Now,
how anyone can come to that conclusion.
I think he says he is, though.
Yeah. Well, I'm pretty sure he is.
Yeah.
Anyway, that
Stephanie Abrams will dispute.
So it'll be interesting if he runs for that position. That'd be interesting. As you said, running for Georgia again.
You see the tagline: Herschel runs for Georgia one more time.
Yes, that's funny.
Oh boy,
I think that would work. You also gave me this story. We've had it all day here on the program, and we're going to get to it. The fossilized remains of a dinosaur sitting on a nest of eggs with embryos preserved inside. Well, it's got Jurassic Park written all over it.
Does. Boy, does it.
Discovered in China. Oh, gosh, you don't want them to have it.
Oh, really?
What if they get this over to Wuhan? That's a legitimate concern.
I can't say the name of the dinosaur. I'm not even going to try.
Yeah, don't even.
Please.
Don't do it.
But it was found in 70 million-year-old rocks excavated near the city's railway station. It features an adult, whatever this dinosaur is, brooding on a clutch of some 24 eggs. 7 of these contain skeletal remains of unhatched embryonic dinosaurs.
How about that?
It does confirm that this type of dinosaur incubated their eggs just like modern birds would, sitting on a nest. I told Rick earlier, too, I said if you pull back, and this is very interesting. I've always been interested in dinosaurs. I think it's very interesting.
I dug dinosaurs as a kid big time.
Yeah.
And still will watch any movie about dinosaurs.
Yeah. Well, the thing that's even more interesting about this is the fact how intact it was. And the only way you would have that intact if that dinosaur sitting on its eggs was covered very quickly, very fast by a whole lot of lava or mud. Mm-hmm. You just cannot preserve it that way. I mean, it's still on the nest, so to speak. The egg was petrified as rock, but it's still in shape. So something had to encase it so that it entomb it almost so that it would be there for a long period of time. And you're probably talking about a flood that would do that.
I mean, guys, when you
throw 7-8 foot of mud on it at one time, that's the only way you get that.
You're talking about a flood?
Yep.
How about
catastrophic?
How about they said that the reason why they think that they did work it just like a bird versus a crocodile is they said because of the heat temperatures that they were able to discover through oxygen isotope analysis of the eggs.
Yeah, they've done some real
That's pretty
high-tech
incredible. There's some really smart people
stuff.
out there.
Yeah.
Really smart people.
Yep.
Can you imagine them saying, Rick, can you tell whether this was incubated with the female on top of the eggs or buried in sand? No, I can't do that.
No.
Well, I can. Wow.
If you even look at the time that they say this came from during the dinosaur times, this was toward the end. This was basically the fourth quarter of dinosaurs, where mammals were already showing up and starting to take over, and the atmosphere was changing and all that. So,
and Bubba,
it's interesting, though.
Apparently, there seemed to be some real catastrophic weather patterns that had nothing to do with men in industry.
Yeah,
and human beings in industry. There seemed to be a lot of wild weather stuff going on long before we were cranking out carbon emissions.
Yeah,
I mean, I think that's a fair statement.
Yeah. Well, if you kind of run a model in your mind and you think you got a real hot rock that keeps coming together and growing, and then as it cooled off, and the water vapor and all this would gather in the atmosphere, have a real thick covering, if you would, very, very tropical. But once it got to a certain point that it started raining, it would probably rain a lot in the beginning and then kind of balance out, but it would change the entire climate of the planet. It would go from being a heavy, marshy, cloudy environment to what we have today. So, I mean, you can see how that would happen.
Almost like it was started at the flood, but yeah. never had that till then. But, I mean, maybe. By the way, do not bring that up at the Red Rocks. Trust me on that one. So, another thing that just...
But if it is funny when you look at, like, where mountains, they've cut into them to do highways. You can tell there's two very distinctive, different-looking rocks with a thin layer in the middle of it. I mean, something changed right there. I mean, you don't have to be a
don't get me started.
paleontologist to figure that one out. I mean, you drive down the interstate here and go, wow, there's a this and that, and then there's a little line right in the middle. What's that all about?
If you're on the pink Jeep tour in Sedona, and they're in the Red Rocks, and your little guide points to that line that Bubba just mentioned and says, this means where we are right now is completely underwater at one time, which also supports the evolution. Well, she didn't say theory like she should have. It supports evolution, that we came from the water. I said, or it could also be a sign of the catastrophic flood that's in the Bible. Could be that.
Yeah, could be.
That went over like a lead balloon.
Hey, could be.
But it could be that.
Could be.
Yeah. By the way, evolution's a theory. I don't know how many times I got to say that.
Rick, no one argues with microevolution.
Correct.
And that's really all that Darwin saw. He didn't live long enough to see macro evolution, which is what it has turned into, which is absolutely a theory. Because if the theory actually worked, as we've pointed out, there would be no monkeys left. They all would have evolved into humans. But we still have monkeys that breed and get more monkeys.
They
right?
do. The in-between fossils we need to find.
The missing link.
Yeah, I know. We tried to fake it a couple times.
Right.
We keep getting busted. We got a chimpanzee.
Look, birds will change over time on the island that they're on based on the type of food they have to get in their environment. Nobody is arguing that. But what we're arguing is that a bird doesn't turn into something else.
And also the fact that an animal can do microevolution to adapt and survive probably says more about it was created by something pretty wonderful.
Yeah, it is. It is. Got to pull back. Look at the big picture, Rick.
Yeah.
Big picture.
You remember my discussion with the guy in Nicaragua. Big jump from those monkeys that are on that island we just fed bread to and us. Big jump.
Yeah.
Well, you know, they're not that far off from us. Big chasm.
No, there's a big jump.
Big jump.
And it's not in the genes. It's the fact they don't wear jeans.
Yeah. Hate to keep bringing up Brian Regan, but he covers that in his new comedy routine.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
there. If you're listening live, by the way, we'll start Rick and Bubba University, the podcast recording, in about 40 minutes or so. And if you want to be part of that, 10:30 Central Time, 11:30 Eastern, your favorite or most memorable moments of the last 27 years of Rick and Bubba, we'll discuss those today and give you any tidbits or behind-the-scenes add-ons that will go with that. And you can call and be part of that. You'll be on this weekend's Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, if your call is selected. So be ready to do that. Find a way to do that coming up here in just a little bit if you're listening live. Bubba, under the two words, just stop, just stop. XFL plans for 2022 season, and they have placed the 2022 season on hold while exploring a potential partnership with the CFL, the Canadian Football League,
now,
which we've done before.
Now, what other than the football, what is the common overlay there between the XFL and the CFL? The rules are totally different.
Exactly.
Approaches
the end
different.
zones are.
Yeah.
I mean,
the
is
field
the
don't
XFL,
even look right.
No, is the XFL just going to become part of that and play by their rules, or
you remember the time
they need that many more teams in the Canadian Football League?
Well, this again, Greg. We've tried this before.
Have we?
Yeah, it was either the Barracudas or
that
one
was that Canadian team
or one of
that
the
played here.
yeah. So there's been an overlap of a spring league.
Yeah,
the Canadians put American teams in their season.
Yeah.
And they played here. This is what this sounds like. It says the CFL canceled its 2020 season, but they hope to return playing on June the 10th of this year. And it says the president of the XFL, Jeffrey Pollock, he said, it's clear through our early conversations that we share a passion for football, an expansive sense of possibility, and a deep desire to create more opportunity for players and fans across North America and around the world, blending the CFL's rich heritage with our fresh thinking, and the unique reach and experience of our ownership could be transformative for the game. They're like taking the CFL and the XFL, kind of combining it into a hybrid of each other.
I wonder if they're going to be, just play here in the XFL, but they'll be playing under the CFL rules.
Maybe, I don't know.
This means the XFL is in financial trouble, and they're just trying to save some hope of getting out of this without completely losing their shirt and their pants.
I'm going to say this again to all attempts at professional spring football leagues: just stop.
Why would the CFL?
Please, for the love of all this,
last one we had,
please stop.
Think about this: why would the CFL even entertain a phone call from them?
CFL's very well established.
Yeah,
it's been around for a long time.
They're established. They make money. They got teams. They have championships.
Grey Cup.
So I could see, we need to expand into the United States. If we got a team or two,
and they tried that. Remember,
just like
the Barracudas, about
just
as far
like other
from Canada
sports.
as you can get.
We used to have a baseball team. We got basketball teams from Canada now. So I understand what they're trying to do, but
I think the Birmingham Irons.
A bad loan.
That had the potential to be a lot of fun.
Rick, we've learned a bad loan will pull down a lot of good loans.
Yeah, how about this? Just stop it.
Would you I've never seen one flashing as quick as that one.
Well, how many times does this have to fail for somebody to say, I kind of think there's a trend here?
And Greg,
I know this really
Greg, these were supposed to be smart people that did this, and we know now they were out of money when they started the
they
very
had to
first
borrow
game.
money after week one.
And ended up selling out 2 or 3 weeks into it to a guy give a whole controlling interest of everything you'd done to some other guy that wanted to train wreck.
You had the AFC that pulled it off and then got consumed by the NFL.
But that was back, Rick, in the 60s.
The next shot we had that nearly worked was the USFL.
Yeah.
That was a legitimate run at all
this. When we
this.
were kids, the World League, remember, they signed some big players, too.
They
got
did.
Zonka
They
and all
did.
them on the
But
backside of their career.
2 years.
But the USFL, like you said, got the Heisman Trophy winners out of college and 2 in a row.
Yeah. If they would have stayed in the spring, I think they would have been okay. And really, that was kind of a Trump deal there. Remember, he's suing the NFL.
Tried to go to compete in the fall. So just stop it. I mean, don't you at some point feel like a moron? If somebody says, I've got a business plan about a spring professional league, and you say, you know what, I'm in.
I remember going,
and now somebody always says, and you just take this blank and put whatever you want in. Because of blank, it'll be different this time.
Rick.
There's always this factor. But hey, look, Vince McMahon, master marketer, man. WWF, we're going to do it like that. They got money. Hey, this thing's funded. This last thing, fully funded. First year, they're funded. They don't have to make money for 2 seasons. Remember that?
Yeah.
Rick, it just seems like as successful as football is, that there could be a little sister in there. I understand the
What are you?
while
You're
keep
part
trying.
of the problem. You know what? Anybody who thinks they can make this work, they ought to just put a sign on that says "I'm a moron."
Well,
I would have liked
at this point,
to seen the original XFL get at least one more season.
Right.
They gave it one.
It's almost
Well,
like
see,
like somebody says, "Hey, is there something out there that people keep losing their rear end on? Because I want to be in it.
But Rick,
I
look
want to
at it.
experience that. What's it like to lose all your investment?"
Rick, think about this. Like Henry Ford, he started this
Here we
thing.
go with the Henry Ford
And then
thing.
you had the other ones that started. You had competition. I don't know. It's like the Amazon, the social media, and spring football just cannot get any traction.
Can't do it.
That's competing with what's already
But
established.
where is this need for competing professional football? Where?
Well,
Where's
just
the market
driven on how much
We got
people
a
love it
16-game
in the
regular
fall.
season now.
Yeah, you got plenty of it. You got college, you got high school, you got so many different levels of college. You can watch all you can possibly watch.
It's
The coverage now is incredible. You can get a game on any channel.
It's why we have multiple places to shop. There's other people go, yeah, they're good, they're doing a good job, but we can do it too.
Wow.
And they work it out. But for football, you can't do it. Can't have a conservative social media, and no one can touch Amazon. Just no hope.
Look out, Lindell's on his way.
Yeah.
Well, at least he's giving it a shot. I give him that. Now he'll shoot a three.
Now he will.
Let me tell you what
He'll put a
Mike
three up.
Lindell.
He's trying.
Mike Lindell will throw it to the end zone and see if somebody can come down.
That's right. I'm gonna throw
Good
it
for
up and see if
him.
you can go
Good
get
for
it.
him. That's we need more people like that that'll take it deep.
Well, we've had them throughout the history of this country that make it work. Daniel in Mississippi.
All right, Rick, I'm going to need a timeout on this one. I got to go before.
Well, we're not trolling, so you're fine. And please never ask for a timeout or demand one. All right, go ahead.
Okay, so the $1.9 trillion.
Go ahead. Get your mouth on the phone right.
Yeah, you're going to have to get the blanket off the phone or something.
Yeah, it's like you're talking. It's like you're talking through a notebook on a comb. Okay.
All right, we're good now.
Yeah, there you go.
Better.
Perfect.
A $1.9 trillion check.
Yep.
A stimulus package.
Uh-huh.
I don't agree with it, and a lot of my friends don't agree with it.
Sure.
But does that make me a hypocrite if I take the check?
No, and I'll tell you why. Because they've been squandering your tax dollars forever on all kinds of meaningless programs. You might as well get some back.
If you qualify,
If you pay taxes every year.
if you qualify legally
Yeah.
for it, there's nothing wrong with you applying for it and getting it.
It's your money, Daniel. I mean, they've taken your money.
And I probably won't even see my Social Security check.
No,
Yeah,
of course not. They've taken your Social Security that they pulled and given it to someone else. They've taken your tax dollars, and I'm talking about throwing it up a hog's butt so many times. The green investment of the Obama administration, your tax dollars were squandered. So they have taken programs and given them to other people that of your money, you might as well get one back. Now, is it wise for our country to do this over and over again? It's not. But you know what? You taking some of your own money back that others have been given that squandered it, you got every right to do it.
Daniel, would you made it without it?
What's that?
Would you have made it without it?
Yeah.
But you qualified.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're sending him one.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it then.
Yeah, I would.
Everybody gets one.
I would do this. I'd take a small part of that right off the top and get me a better cell phone.
Step one. And whatever you do not invest in a spring professional football league. No.
There you are again.
Do not, it's moronic at this point.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Fat will get you very far.